is considering running for third term. Flying Eagles held to goalless draw by Morocco. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where experts have called for a comprehensive probe and immediate prosecution of people involved in the mismanagement of the $2.96 billion meant for refinery rehabilitation. The country's oil sector is once again at the center of a major corruption storm, as arrests and investigations around the mismanagement of over $2.9 billion meant for refinery rehabilitation continue to send shockwaves through the country. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, recently apprehended several top former officials of the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries over alleged financial irregularities in the multi-billion-dollar rehabilitation project. Investigations are focusing on $1.56 billion allocated to Port Harcourt Refinery, $740 million to Kaduna, and $656 million to Warri. Moving on, the former presidential aspirant and the publisher of Ovation magazine has revealed that the wave of political defections to the All Progressives Congress may be giving President Bola Tinubu a distorted view of his administration's performance. Momodu, speaking during his appearance on News Central Television, criticized the lack of ideological grounding in Nigeria's party-switching culture, saying it contributes to public antagonism. He expressed concern that President Tinubu may not be fully aware of the current hardships many Nigerians are facing, emphasizing that the country's constitution clearly states that any elected official who defects should vacate their seats, which is rarely enforced. While still on, the federal government is pledged to pay off a substantial portion of the approximately 4 trillion naira legacy debt owed to electricity generation companies, GENCOs. This commitment follows urgent discussions held on Tuesday between Adebayo Adelabu, the Minister of Power, and the leadership of the GENCOs in Abuja. Adelabu assured the GENCOs that the government recognizes the critical nature of the debt and will prioritize its settlement, announcing plans for an immediate substantial cash payment, with the remaining balance to be cleared within 6 months through the issuance of financial instruments. According to reports, this is in a bid to stabilize the power sector and avert a potential collapse of the national grid. Well, to end the local news, the All Progressives Grand Alliance has tackled the governorship aspirant of the All Progressive Congress, Valentine Ozigbo, over his comments that the Anambra State Governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, is sponsoring the APC candidate Nicholas Ukachukwu to weaken the party. Ozigbo, the runner-up to Ukachukwu in the APC governorship election held in April, during a television interview, revealed that Soludo was funding Ukachukwu. Replying to the comment in a press statement on Sunday, ABGA, through its National Coordinator of Media Warriors Forum, Chinedu Obigwe, described Ozigbo's comments as laughable and desperate. Obigwe described Ozigbo as the architect of his own political misfortune, who should blame himself for making wrong political calculations and moves. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump has denied that he is considering running for a third presidential term. Trump, 78, has previously revealed that he was not joking about wanting to serve a third or even fourth term as United States President, a move which experts agree is banned under the United States Constitution. It later revealed that a statement were meant to troll the fake news media, as Constitution's 22nd Amendment says that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Also, the Israeli military has begun calling up tens of thousands of reservists to intensify and expand its operations in Gaza. The Israel Defense Forces revealed it was increasing the pressure with the aim of returning hostages held in Gaza and defeating Hamas militants. Report says the recent military offensive after a ceasefire broke down has failed to guarantee the release of captives and questioned Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's objectives in the conflict. Under the plan, the military says it would operate in new areas and destroy all infrastructure above and below ground. And now to sports, Nigeria's Flying Eagles were held to a 0-0 draw by Morocco in their second group match at the 2025 Under-20, leaving their quarter-final hopes hanging in the balance. The seven-time champions struggled to create clear chances, with Divine Olise's first-half strike the only real threat on goal. With a stalemate, both teams moved to 4 points, with Morocco topping Group B on goal difference, having beaten Kenya 3-2 in their opening game. Nigeria in second place must now secure victory against bottom place Kenya's Rising Stars on Wednesday, May 7, to guarantee progression to the knockout stage. Now to end the news, rising youngster Chido Obi made history on Sunday by becoming the youngest player to start a Premier League match for Manchester United, taking the field against Brentford at just 17 years. The Nigerian-born Denmark youth international, who joined United from Arsenal last year, had previously made 5 league appearances this season, seeking his first goal for the senior team. With the fixture falling between the two legs of their Europa League semi-final against Athletic Bilbao, manager Erik ten Hag opted to rest key players, naming a youthful starting XI with an average age of 22 years and 270 days. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Firstly, let me say 1st May or May Day celebration is a very important day to all the Nigerian workers and even globally. So in Nigeria, we are celebrating our May Day equal to any other nation in the world. And in the process of observing this day, the labor leaders and all labor institutions across Nigeria are coming together, at least to discuss vital issues that affect the life of the civil servant across the country. The Nigerian civil servant, we have a lot of challenges. Issue of salary is the key. The newly approved minimum wage of 70,000 naira by the federal government is yet to be implemented in almost some part of the state in the country, including the FCT, Abuja here. So workers are really being in a very difficult life in order to sustain their families and themselves, educationally wise, health wise, and even economic wise. So if you look at it, the federal government and other chief executives of the MDS across the country are not doing the needful in implementing the 70,000 naira minimum wage, which is expected to curtail the problems of the civil servant across the country. So all we are expecting from the government, it is in our agitation that the government should revisit this issue of implementation of new minimum wage in the country in order to support the civil servant, for them to have a very serious and responsive access to the service delivery. The public service sector of the economy of this country is the most contributory sector of the economy towards the development of this nation. If you look at it, civil servants are cutting across all the sectors of the economy that contribute to the development of Nigeria. So if the civil servants were carried along and being taken care of, I believe Nigerian economy will be revived in a very simple time frame. Because of the sufferings of the civil servants, if you look at our remunerations and some other welfares which we are due for, and the government is not offering us, that is what makes the civil servant to be low in productivity. Therefore, the federal government should do the needful, and in fact, if they have done the needful, they will see wonders in the economic transformation of this country.
We want to thank the president, our amiable president, President Tinubu, for that approval. But as a union, my own union, we still have reservations concerning the release of the 50 billion naira, because we are still insisting that what is good for the gander is also good for the geese. For instance, we are insisting that the stakeholders must be called to a meeting to determine the sharing formula. We are insisting that no one particular union should take a huge chunk of the money without considering the others, because all of us do that same work in the university, because without the technologies, the student cannot graduate. Without the lecturer, the student cannot graduate. Even without other non-teaching staff, it's impossible, the registering staff, it's impossible for the students to graduate. So we are asking that the 50 billion naira released, there should be equity, there should be justice, there should be fairness in the sharing formula.
The assessment today is fantastic, marvelous. You can see the turnout. Workers have turned out en masse in spite of the economic situation. But workers have decided to come out and celebrate themselves. In fact, this is to show that Nigerian workers are very committed and loyal to the sustenance of democracy in Nigeria. Because ordinarily, if we are to go by what is going on, people would have been so lackadaisical. They would have stayed back at home. You see, after all, the workers are suffering. Transportation system is very high. The wages are not as it should be. They talk about the minimum wage. It's nothing to me. It's a sham. Government just used that to say 70,000 naira minimum wage. Then I will now ask them, which government employs level 1? Which Nigerian government employs level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5? Where you said they are enjoying 70,000. It's not possible. All those grades have been outsourced. Before you can enter into the public sector now, in government, you must be a level 8 officer. Very point. Then go and see. By the time you see the consequential and the adjustment, you discover that what is on top of the level 8 is nothing but just a pittance. So, but all the same, we want to celebrate ourselves. We want to celebrate our input to the development of Nigeria.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
BusinessDay Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Of course, I've got in the studio with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analyst, right here, ready for us to dissect what we have on the front pages of the newspaper this morning. Of course, I know you had a very amazing weekend, and you're ready to, do justice to the stories that we have on our
Good morning, and I hope you had a good weekend too.
I did have a good weekend.
Amazing. That is quite good to hear. Thank you very much. At least let's get into them. I mean, it's a weekend of, myriads of activities as well. Starting from maybe the president going from state to state. He visited about 2 states over the weekend, and then raised on vital issues about the direction of the economy, and then on the global scale. Because yesterday, I think I was watching Trump's interview. I think it was a Thursday or Wednesday. There have been issues around maybe he's going to run for 3rd term, and then I think he was able to clear the hair yesterday. And then maybe football stories as well, tend to happen. We tend to be able to see the top 5, the race for the top 5 in the British and English Premiership heats up over the weekend. Just about 3 more games to go before the end of the season, and then at least we are finally seeing the season shaping up. By next 3 weeks now, the season will be over. And teams are really, really trying to be able to pull up to ensure that they are able to make it that top 5. This will be top 4. Does
Arsenal stand a chance?
Oh yes, we're still second, but the club is really, really bulking in the last 2 weeks. It hasn't been good. The Champions League game they had over the week last week, and then the weekend game as well. So back-to-back losses. I've actually been what the team suffered, but. This coming Wednesday will be the defining period, because the return leg for the Champions League exploit will take place in France. So I know that really be able to affected my mood over the weekend. But maybe seeing that Liverpool too lost, even though they won the league anyway, tend to at least be able to uplift my spirit a little bit.
Well,
my weekend was. What was yours too?
My own weekend was good. It was the GT Bank weekend. GT Bank Food and Drink.
Oh, GTCO, that's true. 2nd of May.
It's always like a yearly ritual, beautiful, lots of over 200 stands and lots to eat and
exhibitions,
drink,
drinks.
Buy.
Wow.
And, so all of these vendors, they come with their A game.
Of course.
And, I'm just a true Lagosian. I like how Lagos is. I like the activities that come with
the
Lagos.
Buzz around it.
I love the buzz. I love all of the things that it can only be in Lagos.
I get that.
Do this type of things, and
it should be able to get that.
Yes,
that popular, that buzz.
Lagos. It started off from Friday, Saturday, 2nd of May, Sunday.
Okay.
Yesterday was packed full. Sunday people came from church with their families, their children. It's like an outing. So usually they always do it during due to the Salah
break time. Okay.
During that break, so it's always packed full too. So I was thinking that this year probably it will be packed. But Lagosians, you see there's money. There's money. Lagosians, any opportunity to party, any opportunity to eat and drink, and also it's the entire experience. And I really have to give it to GT Bank. Sadly, the network was poor last week and all of that.
Because in fact, I thought you want to mention about the issue they had.
I'm just going to let that be.
Okay.
If
At least talk about the positives.
I'm just going to focus on the positives. Although these positives I'm saying can have their negative side, because it's a bank, for crying out loud. Yeah, you are doing that, but let's focus on the things that your banking is about, and
of course,
get that
your core
right.
function.
But,
so what I want to talk about was the VDM's case at GT Bank. I'm sure it was dominated. Maybe that's why I never even heard about their GTCO food.
I'm shocked. What part of what?
I'm talking about. You didn't hear about the VDM's GT Bank story. Was arrested. So the whole media space was actually awash with. Oh, GT Bank arrested him. People went on Twitter. I was on Twitter. I was, and the people are saying it was in GT Bank Abuja. So I think he complained his mom's account. There was a deductions, unexplained deductions. So he went to the bank, and then so by Tuesday there was a report of his disappearance. That it was the last way he was seen was at GT Bank. before EFCC announced that he was arrested there over cyber stalking and things. So that was even so what people were saying, like, about Twitter on Twitter, were like about 5,000, 6,000 people claim that they have withdrawn their account from GT Bank. In fact, that was what I thought you wanted people to mention about that story. Okay, but this is good. I have been hearing about that because of protests over that matter.
Once I see, there are certain people that once I see on my timeline, I scroll past. Like, so I really don't know
anything about that, of course. Okay.
So if I see VDM, I scroll.
Okay.
If I see Bobrisky, I scroll. Okay. If I see Blessing CEO, I scroll. So I really don't know. So
no, I mean it dominated. I'm sure a lot of stories were really vamping around.
I only hear them like when you tell me, but if I see it on my timeline, so I'm just telling you now. So tomorrow you know. But GT Bank, let me go back to GT Bank.
That is just beautiful food and drink.
It was beautiful. You know, the experience, the music. You know, the outdoor, the indoor. My friend came. My friend came from Abuja, so she came on Friday, and she's like, "Liz, is this redemption camp or what? Like, this place is, I'm like, enjoying. I know you get to see. It's always like a sort of like a reunion for me because like
you meet some other people that you will
see them
connect
again. You don't expect to see. You know, my friend was saying that I'm seeing all these Instagram people. Yeah, I was like, this is Lagos.
This is the connect
I'm
point.
just the Lagos ambassador. They should come and look for me because I really love how Lagos buzzes and I love.
That's great. I mean, I'm really glad you able to speak glowingly of it. I mean, of what transpired.
It was truly beautiful. Everything I ate was great.
Okay.
Yes, everything I had.
Your heart there was great. Oh, amazing.
Was delicious, from the mango shake to the smoky jollof to the grills, like the fries and turkey, just every single thing I had, to the chips, to the plantain chips, to the drinks, to the mocktails, to the milkshake. Look, people were spending like, some people literally came there with no budget. Some Lagos on a budget did ask some people that came and said, how much did you spend? What's your average
spending?
Some people said, 30. I've spent like 30,000. Some say I've spent like 100,000, and it's not a lie. It's not a lie because by the time you go from one stand to
another, you definitely want people to have one thing.
I told you over 200 stands. And they're all selling different things. Plus people that are selling produce as well. When I mean produce,
agricultural produce.
No. Like food stuff.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Packaged rice, packaged
raw rice, raw
rice.
beans.
I bought honey itself. Like there's nothing I did not buy. People that were selling like packaged rice, packaged oil, but it was beautiful. Well done to them. This is a new week, GT. Please get your banking in order. Maybe you focused on food and drinks over there. I've spoken so nicely about you guys, but this is a new week. Let's focus on banking, please. Even that day, the network was bad for me. Yes, so some people were saying that this is bad.
And then you could not be able to.
It's not working. But let's go to what we have on the front pages today. It's nice catching up with all of the things that happened over the weekend.
It allows you to wind down and then
It's always good to have a weekend that weekended.
Exactly.
Some weekends don't weekend. It's just like a weekday. But I blinked and it's Monday.
That's great. That's really great.
Let's start with what we have on the front page this morning. The big story today says how AGF report refinery scandal ended Kyari's reign. Nigerians demand full probe. And then CBN cuts ways and means by 59% in boost for reform. That's the front page of the BusinessDay newspaper. It says 9.4 trillion naira FX revaluation loss wipes out operating gains. Liquidity management costs 3 trillion naira. This is where you come in, Mohammed. You want to shed more light on these stories for our viewers today?
Okay, the AGF story, right?
Yes, let's start with that one. CBN. No. Let's start with CBN cutting ways and means by 59% in boost for reform. Then move to
the AGF, the top story. Yes. Okay, the big story there. So the ways and means have actually been a topical issue within the Nigerian, financial and economic discussion. And remember that the purpose of the ways and means is just CBN advance loans to the government when there is a revenue shortfall or when the budget assumptions are not being met. And one of the major challenge of the Buhari administration was about $1 trillion, 31 trillion naira that was actually be able to pump out to the ways and means. And it's actually good that since the Cardoso's era and after the Emefiele's time, where it was just given money every now and then, the ways and means ballooned, and that be able to affect the debt standing of the nation. So the central bank claimed in their new report that they've actually been able to slash the ways and means by about 59% from 2023 when they took over to their financial report that they released, I think, just last week for 2024, showing that about 59% from the high of the 31 trillion that it was And now they actually be able to claim that that have actually in 2024 the waste and means at the end of 2023 was about 7.94 trillion, and that has actually been able to drop to about 3.26 trillion, right? That's like about 59% or thereabout of what I've actually been able to do. So we know very well that for years the government have been able to do that. And then if you look at their record on the CBN website, you see how these amounts are actually be able to apportioned and what they have actually been quite strategic and inventive, you know, in the ways of actually be able to give money to the government. Of course, there is actually a challenge with government being able to make a budget assumption to say this is what we project the oil price to be. But in reality, we may not be able to meet up the actual target. So the CBN often come in as a lender of the last resort to the government to be able to buffer up whatever the shortcomings, whatever the shortfalls that we have. And there are periods of windfall as well, you know, when, we targeted this amount to be able to sell for our oil prices per barrel. If we sell more than that, you have like an account where the reserve is actually kept. But those strategic moves, you know, they have actually been adopted by the central bank to ensure that they are able to support the government and they're able to check the spending spree of the government so that the government will not be able to go above what is actually needed. As I mentioned, the amount ballooned, you know, that's at 2023 to about 31 trillion or thereabout, and which was the report there. The analysis also shows that at the time, in fact, the amount was actually more than 7.5 trillion was what was actually there on the official amount. But when you look at the interest and other things that's added to it, their rate went to that high. I'm talking about during Buhari's administration. But the transparency and integrity that the new CBN administration, you know, in terms of monetary and fiscal discipline, they've tried to be able to maintain, allow us to see the true picture of what it is. As I said, on the record there as at 2022 to 2023 was about 7.59 trillion. But analysis shows that the actual amount was in the tune of about 22 trillion to 31 trillion. But this is actually a good way and it needs to be sustained. But the problem we're still having is what the current reality that we are having. So,
you know, sorry, let me just come in here, you know, because what we want to do is also to inform our audience. So if someone is watching now and wondering what exactly is ways and means, what is ways and means?
Okay, so the ways and means is when the CBN act as lenders of the last resort to the government when it fails to meet its revenue target. So the government is actually targeting to be able to meet a revenue, for example, of 1 trillion, for example, and then oil prices, which is the major source. Okay, so the 1 trillion, for example, this year is about 13 trillion, 2025. That is the target. On the assumption that oil prices will be sold at $75 per barrel, for example. But in the last 2 months, oil prices have struggled to even get to $70. So there's a shortfall already. You understand? So meaning that your revenue target will be at a brink. It's already in a jeopardy to be able to meet that. So what do you do? Because this is a target already to be able to plan for a whole year. You understand? So what the central bank will now do in that result is to be able to use the ways and means to buffer up the difference. You understand? Between the projected amount from the budget and the actual revenue that we'll achieve. So normally, it's like a loan, of course, to the government. The central bank will be giving out the loans. So it is couched under that line item called ways and means. You understand? So it is part of the function of the CBN to ensure that you act as a lender of last resort to the government.
So when we say lender of last resort, that's when they've tried
all means, and
so
they could not be able to meet up the revenue target.
So what are those other means?
Other means could be like taxes, could be like sales of remittances from abroad, sales of assets. Oil revenue is the major source. Don't forget that is almost like about 80.
Taxes,
oil revenue is the major one. No, revenue as the bottom. So we have oil, then we have the non-oil. There are just two sources, oil and non-oil. So oil is the major source. The non-oil cannot include borrowings. You know, when you've tried other means, you try to be able to borrow to meet up the shortfall. When the oil prices cannot be able to meet up with your revenue projections, then the government tend to be able to look at other sources to be able to meet up the shortfalls. So ways and means is also one of them. But it is what the central bank can do as a way of assisting the government to be able to meet up the shortfall, as I said. It's majorly a matter of shortfalls. And then we have previous governments, so because of these deficits, the ways and means are always used in that regard. Even though it will not be stated explicitly in the budget. The central bank always be able to refer back to the central bank as a means of getting money to be able to, you know, buffer up whatever shortcomings or whatever shortfalls that they have. And that has actually been a major, as I said, during the Buhari's administration, one of the things that escalated our debt level was this waste and means. Running to trillions of naira, almost like a budget. And then people were blaming Emefiele. Buhari was the one there. Central Bank was just able to give out money every now and then. And that's what we can be able to give, kudos to this administration. I'm talking about the CBN, monetary and the fiscal, the monetary side from the CBN, and the fiscal side from the government side, to try to, entrench some transparency in trying to be able to give us what happened. This is the true state. As I said, the report flying around there was 31 trillion. When they came, we said, no, actually, the actual amount was 22 trillion. Even though Emefiele was actually claiming it was about 7.9 trillion, was the ways and means. But even the official record that is there, as of last year, the amount came down from 7.9 trillion to about 4 trillion, 4.1 trillion or thereabout that it was last year. So the central bank, always be able to go into that. Then foreign exchange sometimes, of course, it's actually a result of foreign exchange differences tend to be able to create that challenge. I'm sure our readers will be able to get more detail.
You can get more details on the story.
One of the big stories. And then the HCF report, I think that was actually been flying around since last week. The Auditor General of the Federation just released their NNPC audited report for 2023. And there were a lot of indictment reports. In fact, as at Saturday, there was a report that Mele Kyari is under the EFCC's net that has been arrested over 2.2 on unexplained account. I mean, unexplained money that's actually go missing in the NNPC. So he came out to say no, he's actually relaxing and then nothing has happened to him. But the report showed. Now, first, remember, Kyari came in 2019 after my county barrel. Okay, when he came in, as he promised to be able to introduce some reforms and some important turnaround, especially the refineries, the behemoth refineries that we always be able to talk about, the two in Port Harcourt and the Warrior and Delta. And he promised to be able to revamp them and bring them back to operation. Yeah, initial plan was 2023. Unfortunately, we couldn't be able to achieve that. But last year, November, December, I think both the Port Harcourt, the two in Port Harcourt and the Warrior, there was actually a report, and in fact, they celebrated it, that they started producing oil. But now, the reverse is the case. In fact, story last year from the report shows that Port Harcourt is operating at about 40% its capacity. And the Warrior has not even been able to produce any oil in the last 1 month. So, a lot of that have actually been adduced to the reason why it was sacked, why there was that reshufflement that was done about 3 weeks ago by President Buhari while he was away in France. But the report there were a lot of indictment, as I said, especially his handling of the refinery, very important. The auditor report also be able to indicate some unexplained money that was actually like unaccounted amount that could not be explained by him, as well as the other people that was, in fact, last week, it was actually a gale of sack. The Ojulari man sacked people that worked with Mele Kyari, the present GMD. He will be able to sack them. Yes, he has actually been able to record some success as well, because it was through him, for the first time, the audited account of the NNPC was made public in 2022, at least for the first time. Nobody knew. That place was an house of secrecy. I'm talking about NNPC before now. It was him that allows people to see the audited account. To say, okay, this is the true financial position or the true financial state of NNPC. At the same time, you also be able to oversaw the Petroleum Industry Act in 2021. But a lot of scandals and controversies are really dangling on his head at the moment. Yes, as I said, there was an announced report that EFCC has arrested him before he came out to say that the media should not be railroaded and should not be stampeded into believing anything, that he's fine, he's well, and he even came out to be able to show that he's relaxing after the reshufflement that took place in NNPC. But I'm sure in days ahead, we'll be able to know the true state. But it will be good for you to be able to,
you should just grab a copy
and the
of the
auditor
Business
reports
Day.
there will be able to give you that.
You get more on that. And just a reminder today, to go beyond the headlines. I was at the meeting last week, and then one of the things that the speaker had said, Mr. Uyedele had said, was we need to go beyond the headlines, because oftentimes you see much more. So that's saying to you today to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. Go beyond the headlines. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of details. Stay informed. Stay ahead. Also, just this one very quickly. Just chime in very quickly. Supply shortfall spoils $6.7 million opportunity for pepper growers. what's in this story?
It's about
it's just
an opportunity
basically,
opportunity that people to be able to look into the pepper market.
Yes,
the pepper that industry itself. Exactly. At least you had food.
Oh my goodness.
And we'll be able to see how Nigerians can be able to tap into that. So by reading it, they'll be able to get the opportunities that actually are available in that space.
Exactly. And there's no place you get all of this business insight, all of this economical insight, aside from the Business Day. So you should be reading Business Day every day. Business Day, www.businessday.ng, or grab a copy of the newspaper anywhere in the newspaper vendors around you. Grab a copy
of it.
Let's see what we have on the Punch newspaper this morning. Rivers emergency rule says National Assembly counters PDP governor suit, demands 1 billion naira. This is on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. It says NAS asks Supreme Court to dismiss opposition governor's lawsuit as Apex Court set for hearing. Then NEL fund under fire over loans to ex-students. This is on page 8 of the Punch newspaper. Page 31 says Naira printing costs skyrocket by 306%. Now, we're not saying 50%, we're not saying 100, we're not saying 200, 306%. And it's not funny. Tinubu to meet Genco's over 4 trillion naira electricity debt. I'm really looking forward to the outcome of that Tuesday. Communal boundary clashes kill over 1,700 in 7 years. And then on page 39 of the Punch paper, it says Oyo signs 3.5 billion naira contract for rural market upgrade. Which of the stories do you want to take a start?
Okay. Of course, I think the top story itself caught my fancy, but the president, the PBAT meeting with the Gencos is another major challenge that I think is dominating the papers. So after last week's meeting between the Minister of Power and the Gencos in Abuja, one of the agreements there was that one of the things that the Genco members, the 6 of them, tabled was the fact that there was about 4 trillion that was actually being owed to them by the discos, for services that have been rendered, services that they have rendered in terms of supply they've given to the discos, but they have not been able to pay. And that actually be able to cut across, because there've been that challenge, that wedge between these two component players within the power value chain. So the president mentioned we would need to be able to meet them to see how the discussions what can actually be done, in terms of, because there's electricity subsidies that the government is actually be able to give, part of which is actually given across some sectors. So what is actually across some consuming segments, the rural electrification, for example, is under subsidy. And the Gencos and the discos, the wedge, the discourse between the issue between them has actually been these services, like I said, this particular amount of services totaling about this amount have actually been provided. Was about 6 trillion or thereabouts, but what they've been able to pay for was about 2 trillion. So the remaining 4 trillion has been, would the government be able to pay for it through the embeds that have been scrapped? So there is this, there's like a middleman between them at the time called the embeds. So who tend to be able to receive the electricity generation from the Gencos and then sell to the discos. Now, transcos take place of that particular job, the transmission companies. So when the generating companies are around about 12,000 megawatt, what they generate, what the transcos could only be able to supply to the discos was actually very minimal. I think now, most of the time, they take around about 3,000 or 4,000 megawatts, and that tends to be able to affect the Gencos and actually be able to achieve that. So the accumulation of debt has been able to create a problem to the Gencos, and we feel like the date has not been announced yet, but the president is planning to be able to meet them to see what can actually be discussed, and maybe some of these debts will actually be overwritten, because it is accumulating.
Is the meeting not on Tuesday, or am I mistaken? Well,
no, I think it's we're looking at the announcement was just made last week by the presidency. Last week Tuesday was when they met, when the Minister of Power and the Gencos met. Again, the Supreme Court case, the Rivers emergency rule, is going to be able to come to limelight again today. Supreme Court, remember, it's a state between the state governors and the federal government. So it's going to be able to start from the Supreme Court straight today. The hearing will start today. But what National Assembly was also part of the plaintiff. They also part of the defendant that was actually be able to join in the suit. It's a party in the suit. So they've actually be able to file a counter suit against the 11 PDP governors who have actually been able to challenge the federal government power and want a clear interpretation of that Section 305, which was also rubber stamped by the National Assembly. I'm sure the firework will be able to start today at the Supreme Court hearing of this case. But the counter-suit is to say that this is just an academic exercise and that they should be, the National Assembly, because of their inconvenience, should be awarded about 1 billion naira against the state governors. Whether the Supreme Court will be able to hear that would definitely be on the lookout to be able to see how that pans out. Right.
Let me just skim through the Vanguard paper this morning. Let's just skim through what we have on the front pages. The big story on the Vanguard paper says inflation, the headline says inflation erodes banks' profits and jerks up cost. I mean, everyone is bearing the brunt and feeling the impact of inflation right now. Gross earnings still on rising streak. Bad loans, headache also rising. Their strengths, their weaknesses. Obviously, this is more like a detailed story, and you find it on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. It says, then on the top left-hand side, it says, PDP defectors unwilling to register for APC. NPAN backs federal government's $220 million fine on Meta. Present crop of leaders motivated by power, wealth, and wealth acquisition. This is from Femi Okurumu. And then there's a picture from the Wema Bank 80th anniversary gala night. I mean, UBA turned 75 the other day. Wema Bank. Let's just see who's next. The First Bank, or you know. Then tension in Ondo as Amotekun police clash over custody of suspect and exhibit. Now, SERAP, as always, SERAP and editors to Tinubu, stop Cybercrime Act abuse and free detained journalists. And then in the world of sports, under 20 Africa Cup of Nations, Morocco delays Flying Eagles qualification. Those are the things you can have on the front page of the Vanguard paper.
A lot of expectations was on the Morocco-Nigeria's game, but it ended stalemate, and we're looking forward to Thursday when they will play their last game, and then they can be able to get qualification.
We hope for the best, but let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the BusinessDay newspaper. That's a hot air balloon. It says so we see in the hot air balloon going, so the hot air balloon is not rising. Usually it should rise.
So people are blowing hot air.
That they are blowing hot air, but it's not moving.
It's not blowing up.
It's not. You know, it should be, you know,
flying
of in motion. But it's there. So presidential spokesman, you can see 3 people there. And then you see propaganda, Naira winning, GDP reduced, food, foreign exchange, LNG cheaper, refineries are working, happiness, no more then we see no more insecurity, CNG, Lagos Calabar highway, student loan, how? Now, student loan, now, subsidy gone, food prices reduced,
GDP rebased.
Then you can see the headline says hot air effectively. There's something for there, blow hot air effectively.
Like blowing hot air.
Yeah, so apparently maybe it's not, they're not blowing it effectively.
I know you can see these are the presidential spokesperson, and I'm sure they've been the one, you know, at the vanguard of actually be able to promote. And and you see them trying to be able to escalate what this administration has done and what has been achieved. In fact, one of the important responses, and I'd like to read it, was on Twitter yesterday, the response they gave to Dr. Akimi Adesina, who was comparing GDP 1960 to now, and then Mr. Bayodonga came out to be able to start lecturing him on economics. And you see, so telling him that, because he said that Nigerians today are less happy than, you know, their forefathers were in 1960. And then you see the spokesman coming out to say, yes, he's respected, but if you're using GDP per capita, you know, like GDP per person to compare happiness and growth, like it's not a good yardstick, blah, 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 things like that. So, you know, a lot of people have felt like this is a government of propaganda. And in fact, somebody actually be able to mention this administration of propaganda, where they just be able to, you know, they tend to be able to thrive on propaganda and tend to be able to tell people, this is what we have done. But are people actually seeing the reality? I'm sure that is what is there. And maybe even with time to be able to, you know, inflate the balloon to make it bigger, to say these are what we are doing, and then Nigerians need to be able to say it. So let's be in their faces. And that's why somebody mentioned about just finally that, okay, the president was actually very savvy enough to ensure that he surrounded himself with media people.
Yeah.
Who have media experience, and then they tend to be able to play very smart move to ensure that these are people who can really be able to, you know, speak out and then galvanizes whatever is actually doing out there, and let it always be able to be in the faces of the people to say, yo, if you are saying this, these and these are what we have been doing.
Well, that's where we just, close the curtain on what we call the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, as well as, just seeing what we have on the cartoon of the day. That's always a very good way for us to wrap up. As always, Mr. Suko, our cartoonist, has done an excellent job there. And thank you also, Mohammed Akanji, for your time this morning. It's always insightful, always interesting speaking to you. We'll be right back for the economy market briefing. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Do stay with us.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So yeah, make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups, to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot. Products, challenges that product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it will go a long way to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right, which we expect that before December 2025 it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. Nigerian, the insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still, one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched a technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by No. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by No, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by No. You're able to do knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads. And these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by No, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 Naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected. When we have floods or fires in the market, they can't survive. So we believe with the micro-takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first. Food, housing, shelter, And now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy. Because if we're going to do this $3 trillion economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that $1 trillion economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your asset or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business, is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, will help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves, maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic provisions are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I will see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of an underlying issue. So if somebody has a cleft palate and they need to change that and really get them to look better, build new lips and all of that for them, that is covered, because that is not a norm. But when you want to just look more beautiful than you are already, then you might need to just invest a little bit in getting that to happen. And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day. Thank you.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on a shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Zindigo Ifene, reporting from BusinessDay TV.
Morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development. We want to thank you all for leaving behind your very busy schedules to be a part of this conversation today, as we go beyond the controversy to harness tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sector, which is our theme for today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm honored to be your compere for this occasion. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all and say, please put your hands together for yourselves for being here very early. And as we proceed in the agenda, I'd like to please make welcome the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigogun, as he gives us the welcome address.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in welcoming you warmly to Roundtable this morning. She had asked that we applaud ourselves for coming early. And I saw virtually all the hands coming together. I'm not sure whether we all came in. But I have a burden for time. We need to get started so we don't punish people for coming early. So welcome once again. We are here to talk about tax. One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never. We are at a cross-section in Nigeria where two things are happening. There is, of course, the burden for fiscalizing the economy, for raising funding for the economy. But there is also the conversation around, and this is what democracy does, conversation around rights advocacy. And what I found very interesting in the tax debate is how different parts of the country pretended that the tax bills affected different parts of the country differently. In terms of geography, certainly it will affect you differently in terms of your income. It will affect you differently in terms of how you generate revenues. But I don't think, and I have not seen anything in the tax bill that is geographical, as some people wanted us to believe. But I'm happy that we have made significant progress. But I'm even happier today that the man who has led that process, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who's chairman of the presidential group, is here with us this morning. He has said this many times, and it made a lot of sense to me. At the beginning, many of the people who were talking about the tax bills had not even read the bills, and many were not even interested in reading the bills. In Nigeria, everybody has an opinion, but the opinion that really matters as we proceed today include the opinion of people like Mr. Oyedele. And I'd like to welcome him warmly and to welcome our panelists warmly as well. I have absolutely no doubt that when we are done today, that you would accept that the time you have spent with us this morning has been well spent. Once again, let me welcome you warmly and to say that we are indeed very delighted to be in partnership with our friends from Olaniu Ajayi, who are here to ensure that we stay within the law and perhaps provide some deep insight from the work that they do that will help shape our conversation here this morning. That said, all I need to do now is get away from your way so we can get going. Once again, welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the publisher of BusinessDay. Please put your hands together again for him for that welcome address. And now we'll be going to our keynote address for today. And to give us this keynote speech is none other than the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform set up by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC, where he worked for 22 years, including over 10 years in top leadership positions, gaining in-depth knowledge and diverse experience ranging from tax advisory and policy advocacy to business strategy consulting, leadership development, and policy design and execution. He has the mandate to carry out critical reforms bordering on fiscal governance, revenue transformation, and economic growth facilitation. He is an accountant by profession and economist by training. He is an author, keynote speaker, mentor, and commentator on finance, business, and economic matters. I mean, the list is endless, but we'll have to just keep it here because we really, truly value your time today. Please join me in bringing up to the stage Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to BusinessDay and my big brother for inviting me and for Olaniwa Ajayi for supporting this initiative today. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm also very grateful that BusinessDay are one of the very few organizations and platforms who tend to go beyond the general noise. There are people who actually think that the tax reform is about sharing formula for VAT because you could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. We have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them. So one of such provisions in the tax reform bills is the priority sector incentive. So before I go into that, just to do a quick refresher as to why we needed the reforms. I don't know why the reforms are necessary. It's because our fiscal space, the space for revenue, spending, and even how we borrow is constrained. We are not able to do the things we should be doing as a country, and the tax system is not conducive enough for growth. So our tax system has become an impediment to growth. It's holding us down. We can't move as fast. We can't grow as fast. And you would agree with me that Nigeria needs all the growth that we can get, particularly if we can make those growth to be inclusive. Our tax to GDP ratio has been one of the lowest in the world. The good news is, although this is not official yet, is that from just about 10% in 2023, we are now at about 13.6% of tax to GDP ratio by the end of 2024. Our target is to get to a minimum of 18% by 2027. So that is huge progress. We also recognize that that progress is not going to be enough until we can also demonstrate how that revenue is being used for the people. In 2022, the federal government spent about 97% of its revenue just to service debts. If that does not scare you, then you have to be from a different planet, because that means if you just continue with that for a few more years, it's total collapse. Because it means that even salaries we're paying, you're borrowing to pay it. Once you get to that debt trap, it gets worse. And once countries get to that point, the only option they have is to print money, because the revenue is not coming. So you print money and you keep printing, and then you print even more, and then you have a Zimbabwe scenario where at a point 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollar was barely enough to buy a loaf of bread. People were leaving money on the street because there was no point, right? You don't want that to happen to your country, but you need more than prayer. You need to take steps. So the good news is that 97 reduced to 75% by 2023. And the numbers are being finalized for 2025. We expect it should be in the region of 50%. So move from 97 to 50 in about 2 to 3 years is so remarkable. The budget deficit relatively is declining, and we're no longer monetizing budget deficit, which is asking CBN to print money for us to spend. They printed over 30 trillion naira during the past government, past regime. We also have issues around the tax policy where there is significant amount of inequity. We put too much burden on our most vulnerable taxpayers, whether they are low-income earners or they're small businesses. We chase them around, make life impossible for them. People are transporting food items from one state to another. They have to pay taxes every ton. One of the truckers said that they budget around 700,000 naira when they are bringing yam from the north to the south, one trip. So that is why you would also notice that when you look at the inflation data, the difference between the rural and urban inflation for food should normally just be transport. But in Nigeria, it's around 500 basis points. So you can't explain that with transport alone. These illegal taxes are also a major part of the trouble that we are going through. Yam then gets to Lagos and the poor man cannot afford it. So that is not sustainable. Our tax system is not competitive, which means if you are thinking of where to put investment in Africa, we are unlikely to be the choice location. So 1 out of 10, when they come to Nigeria, it will be for other reasons, despite the tax environment, rather than in spite of it or because of it. Our tax laws were very old, ambiguous. We have multiple taxes, multiple taxing agencies, and the way we administer taxes is not efficient, very costly, very expensive, and there is also the lack of proper modernization and using of technology. So, what is our approach to the reform? So we said, well, let's do a reform that is people-centered, growth-focused, and efficiency-driven. Those three are very important because at the end of the day, you can say all the nice stuff, but how are you translating your policies into concrete actions on the ground? If you are people-centered, you will not ask people who are on minimum wage to be paying taxes just because you are looking for IGR. If you are people-centered, you will not be imposing taxes on food when majority of your citizens are just trying to feed themselves. So these things can be translated. If you are growth-focused, you will not be taxing capital and investments. I will let you invest. For many countries, we even subsidize your investment. When you start making the money, we can talk about taxes. Don't tax me upfront because you increase my risk. I'm not even sure I'll find customers yet. Efficiency driven also means we have to use more technology in how we do things. Why do people have to fill long forms, travel to pay taxes? Why do they have to pay 15 different taxes when they can pay just one, maybe on their phone, and they get the receipt? Okay, so all of those issues. So we have the fiscal framework around revenue, debt, and spending, including even how we look at government-owned enterprises, natural resources, government assets, and how do we ensure there's policy coordination, fiscal, monetary, trade, and investment in particular, but other policies are also important. For tax changes, Donald Trump has now made, I'm sure that by the end of 2025, one of the most popular words will be tariffs. I think that's almost guaranteed already. But some people don't realize that tariffs are taxes. This is tax. See the problem that tax can create for the whole world. Tax. Just tax. Because anything to do with, I think two things are very important to human beings. and how we behave. One is anything that will affect your freedom. The second one is anything that will affect your pockets. So when it comes to taxes, including tariffs, they affect your financial resources. So people pay attention to that. So in Nigeria, we're looking at all of that. So there's the tax reform bills, which is what people know mostly about what we're doing. But even the tariffs are under review as well, because we know that some of the tariffs are not making sense. A manufacturer came to one of our sessions and he was really well prepared. He brought all the documents he got from customs and everything. So he came to me and said, I'm producing these products. If you import that product, it's duty free. But he is producing it in Nigeria, he needs to import some inputs and he has high duties. So he was asking me, do they really want us to produce anything in Nigeria? So I said, well, nobody would have sat down to design it like that, but maybe somebody wasn't paying attention. So we see a lot of that in different places where those things require a lot of redesign. So we are also focusing on fiscalization, which is really using technology to ensure that when you issue an invoice, the taxman gets a copy. And things are linked together. Since you can't sell to yourself, you buy from someone and you under disclose, you will know from the other person you bought from. We want to enable growth so that when the country grows, revenue will come as a consequence, including exports, including small businesses, and also promoting formalization. For example, in Nigeria, if you're a very honest person, very patriotic, you want to do all the right things, and you set up a business and it's Taiwo Enterprises, the maximum personal income tax you pay, no matter whether you made 1 billion profit, is less than 19%. Okay, about 18.6. That same business, the moment you register it as Taiwo Limited, that tax jumps to more than 40%. So the question is, in which part of the planet should you design a tax system that discourages formalization, when you also know that formalization is part of the ways to grow the economy and generate revenue? So these were things we have done to ourselves, I believe not by design, but maybe over time. Things just happened that we're not paying attention to them. So some of the deliverables that we have, this is on formalization. So you will see in the tax reform bills, you register your company with the CAC, your turnover in a year is less than 100 million, you pay 0% CIT, right? So what we're trying to do is tempt you, if I can use that word, we want to tempt you to formalize, because it will be attractive for you. You're not charging VAT, you're not deducting withholding tax, you're not paying CIT. Of course, we want you to grow. By the time you grow and you become 1, 2, 10, 50 billion, you're not going to run away, because we already have your data within the system. If you start a business today, chances are that it doesn't matter how small that business is, you are likely to have one asset or the other that you bought. Mobile phone, laptop, or a car. So today in Nigeria, you don't get the input VAT back. Under the reforms, we give you the input VAT back. Data we have globally shows that people are tempted at that initial phase to present themselves to the taxman because of the refund. But the reality is, once you present yourself, you are there. The day you start selling, you can't run away again. So these things have a way of paying off at the end of the day. So we also have deliverables around budgetary reforms, constitutional amendments. Some of the problems we are dealing with have their roots in the constitution, like the 4th schedule empowers local government to tax us on wheelbarrow tax is there. It's so important to us, we put it in the constitution. Bicycle tax is there. radio, TV license, or permit. In those days, you had a radio, you were a rich person. You had a TV. I grew up in a village where only two people had TVs, and they were black and white TVs that lived inside cupboards and they closed. You can't just open it anyhow. But we've gone beyond that. On our phones, we have radios, we have TVs. So what that means is all of us in this room now, we've not paid our taxes on our radio and TVs on our phones. But should we be collecting that in 2025? So the key performance indicators for us include ensuring there is enabling environment for growth, proper policy coordination, fair taxation, responsible borrowing when we do borrow, and sustainable spending as to how we apply the resources that we get. So what do we expect from all of these reforms? On the next slide, so I won't go through all the details because of time. So for businesses, we want there to be almost like de-risking businesses. Let's reduce your risk so that more businesses will be viable. Those that are viable will thrive even more. Let's lower your tax burden. So unfortunately, as many of you may have followed, the governors disagree with us on reducing the CIT rate because they don't want us to increase the VAT rates. We thought increasing VAT rates on limited items, reducing VAT to 0% on basic consumption, and reduce CIT rate significantly was a good way to stimulate growth. But we understand that you can't get everything done at once, and sometimes you may need to take a step back and say maybe it's not now, maybe it should be later. But even without the CIT rate reduction, which we had proposed should come down from 30 to 25%, we still have other provisions within the bills that will lower the burden of tax on businesses. Competitive tax regime, including the economic development incentive that I'll speak to briefly. Then for households and individuals, to provide some relief for them and also to lower their tax burden, as well as provide opportunities for individuals, small businesses, and households. For government, clearly, when the economy grows, government has, so you want to be the king of a village that has resources, not a poor king, right? So when your economy grows, you earn more respect, you have more resources, and therefore the mandate of leadership, it's easier for you to deliver on. Mobilize revenue for government, so we don't print money to spend, we don't keep borrowing, and to ensure there is fiscal sustainability, with our fiscal balance being healthy, addressing distortions, because we have distortions that have been created. You and I are doing the same business, somebody has the access to get the waivers and the exemptions, and you don't have the same access, and you operate in the same industry. Or someone is in a free zone, or they have been designated as a free zone, and they're producing the same thing you are producing and paying all taxes, and they're selling to the same domestic market. That's big distortion. It creates an unlevel playing field, which is not fair and sustainable. So the last slide I will discuss with you is to now discuss the Economic Development Incentive Scheme, which is the topic, the focus for today. So we have different kind of incentives in the Nigerian tax system today. One of the most popular and most commonly referenced is the Pioneer Status Incentive. So Pioneer Status Incentive was developed first on the basis of you are pioneering something. You are doing something that we don't have in Nigeria. We used to import it to help us do import substitution and all of those kind of stories. And once you meet certain conditions, you are given the pioneer status for 3 years. If you meet the conditions again, may be extended for another 1 year and another 1 year, making a maximum of 5. So you can get it for 3, 4 years, or 5 years. But looking back now, we see a lot of loopholes. We see a lot of areas where the design could have been better, such that today you can get pioneer status, tell government all the good stories about what you want to do. Once you are given the pioneer status, you can be importing the items for which you get pioneer status. And because those items have been declared as pioneer products, you still don't pay tax. You can play the game as you want without paying taxes. We also have issues around when you are enjoying that pioneer status that the law says 3, 4, or 5 years, we preserve some of your tax attributes without going too technical, such that when you are done with the pioneer status, you have those additional benefits that can extend that's your pioneer status to even up to 10 years, depending on the size of those attributes. For example, the assets you use for the business are frozen in time, and they are considered to be assets acquired after you are done with the pioneer status. So that's when you now start claiming deductions for those assets. So in other words, the pioneer status incentive makes it difficult for government to actually estimate how much they were giving away, because there were so many things that were not clear. Investors cannot estimate how much they are getting precisely. Government cannot estimate how much they are giving away precisely. And really, what's even most important is what value do we get for the tax that we give away? Value for money. There was no scientific way of calculating that benefit to the economy. And there are also issues like even when you're applying for it, how much fee should you pay? Should you pay a fee to apply? How much fee should you pay? And so many other things. So we said maybe this is an opportunity to just transform this whole incentive scheme. That's not the only one, but this is a major one. So we came up with economic development incentives, and we said we'll focus on priority sectors, because it's not that the sector is pioneer. I don't know any sector you can really pioneer in the world, but a country can decide that this sector is a priority sector for them and give them special incentives. So these priority sectors that you see on the left, those are the broad categorization. When you go to the bill, you see more breakdown. I wanted everything to fit into one slide, so this is the summarized summary of how it looks like. So the major focus on the priority sector incentive is manufacturing. So you see a lot of it is maybe 90-something% is manufacturing. Service there is very small, right? And for a reason we can explain. And it doesn't mean that you agree with us, but at least we feel like at this point in our national development, we have to prioritize manufacturing, because it comes with a lot of challenges and risks. Capital intensive, you have to deal with cost of borrowing, you have to deal with moving things around and logistics, which you don't find in services. Then we also thought that it's important for us to be able to scale. So you don't want to give these incentives to everybody that brought 1 or 2 million naira to invest. You won't move the needle, and the people administering it will be bogged down with admin details. So we said, let's set a minimum threshold. You see, some of the sectors, you can't even go there. Look at utility. Utility, you need a minimum of 200 billion naira to be eligible in terms of your investment. Okay. So those amounts are the minimum investment amounts. So even when you see a range, that's the minimum range, not the maximum, because some of them have subsectors. Then we also thought that there should be a sunset. So based on the available data we have today and our level of development, how long do we think we should incentivize this priority sector? So those are the things we have there as sunsets. If the laws are passed today and they're signed into law and they take effect on a particular day, this sunset begin to count from that day, right? So in other words, if you have 15 to 20 years for agriculture and food, some subsectors there have 15 years, some have 20. That's why you see 15 to 20 years. So it means that 20 years from the day the law commences, if you meet all the conditions, you can enjoy this priority treatment, incentive. And once it's 20 years,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're focusing on the country's 4 trillion naira part debt and what next for the President Tinubu-led administration. In terms of repayment, President Bola Tinubu is set to meet with the leadership of Nigeria's power generation companies following urgent talks between the federal government and electricity producers over the 4 trillion naira debt threatening to collapse the sector. Adebayo Adelabo, the Minister of Power, confirmed this after a high-level discussion with Genco executives in Abuja on Tuesday, where he assured them of the government's commitment to resolving the debt crisis. Well, in light of this, our conversation today will explore the reasons behind the debt, the implications for power supply, and the President's plan to resolve the issue. Well, to discuss this and so much more, we are joined today by Diko Oladende, Assistant Editor and Head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk. Welcome to the show, Diko.
Hi, Elizabeth. Good to be here once again.
Good to have you. You're now a regular on the show. Let me start by asking you this: how could this debt? How come it has piled up to this whopping sum? I mean, was this a case of negligence in your opinion, or if the government sleeping or something? How did we get here?
Okay, so majority of this debt started from 2011, and so they accumulated even after we did the privatization of the power sector. A lot of these debts were carried over, and some of these debts were also in dollar-denominated debts before. And so when the exchange rate was moving from the 170 to 300, from 300 to 700, from 700 to the 1,600 region, majority of these debts were also increasing as well. So first of all, we have accumulation of years, and secondly, we have the impact of the exchange rate as well. And then thirdly, we have inflation as well. So, I mean, a large chunk of these debts were debts owed to Gencos by MBET. MBET is more like a wholesaler firm in Nigeria's power sector. We call them Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. Now, this company, what they do is they buy electricity in bulk from the generating companies and then sell to the distribution companies through the transmission companies of Nigeria. Now, Gencos are the ones generating this electricity. They would incur a lot of cost of gas, cost of maintaining their generating plants, cost of a majority of these. So the power sector is also a very, very capital intensive sector, and so they will sell this power to the NBET organization, who in turn will sell in retail to the discos, which will be wired through the transmission company of Nigeria. And so what we've noticed is before, normally what we should do, what should be the normal status quo is it should be pay as you get, meaning NBET pay in advance and then they get a certain amount of bulk electricity from the GENCOs. But that has not been the case. So what has been the case is the GENCOs in return will send the electricity first and then issue invoices to NBET, and NBET in return will pay for this electricity. And so these debts have been accumulating over the years due to some of the weaknesses of the value chain of the electricity sector. And that's why we are where we are. So first of all, we have the number of years involved, we have the exchange rates, and then you have the impact of inflation as well. Majority of the cost line items for all of the GENCO's facilities, majority of them are always in dollar terms and inflation. So some of the things you are incurring for, you are spending $1 to maintain 2 years ago, now you'll be spending about $3-4. So all of these things have piled up together, and that's why we are at 4 trillion naira today.
And do you see us getting out of this debt, the government getting out of this debt anytime soon, and how is this possible?
Well, so Tinubu himself have announced plans to have a meeting with the GENCOs. I think this is the first time we are seeing that kind of high-level intervention from the presidency themselves, where the president himself will say, you know what, I'll be in the room where you'd have the meeting with GENCOs. I think that's enough commitment on the part of the GENCOs. The fact that the president himself has set up a meeting with them and then discuss the timeline for payment of this debt. Now, 4 trillion is a lot of money. We are looking about, Nigeria's total budget is close to about 30 trillion. So you are looking about something more than a quarter or close to a quarter of your budget. So the government would definitely not have that kind of amount of money to pay at once. And so if you look at what the minister said yesterday, they are looking at monetary instruments like promissory notes. Those are some of the monetary instruments that, so you can say, okay, we'll pay half in 2 years, and then the other half will be paid via promissory notes till the end of certain period of time. So those are options. The other options which can also be explored is to look at tax instruments as well and say, okay, if the GENCOs are expected to pay a combined tax of 500 million naira for 2024, we can say, can you let go of this tax? Can you take equivalent of these taxes and then not pay this tax for a certain period of time in order for you to be able to adjust for some of these debts? Because let's not forget that the value chain of electricity sector is very, very sensitive. Once there is a weakness in any of the value chain system, we'll see a collapse of the grid continually. So if, for instance, the GENCOs are not being paid, right? The moment they are not being paid, the moment the GENCOs are failing to distribute gas to the NBET people, and the NBETs themselves don't have enough for the discos, we are going to see low electricity supply. And if you check the budgets or the plan of the President and Bola Tinubu administration when they came on board, one of the things they promised is the fact that they would fix electricity, and then they'll make electricity, grant easy access of electricity for everyone. So I'm assuming that the president is under, because we are 2 years in already, and in 2 years time it's going to be election time, and people will start asking that, people will start giving accounts and saying, what have you done since 2023 when you assumed power till now? What has Tinubu done in terms of increasing electricity? So the president knows the countdown is here, which is why he's working round the clock to make sure that he fixes some of these things. Now, these are not easy time because, again, 4 trillion is a lot of money. And this is not like fresh money that you are pumping to boost electricity. These are monies that are used to clear backlogs. So you are just clearing the backlogs and you are trying to make the system as efficient as possible. So it's going to be a very, very taxing thing to clear all of these debts. And let's see the time frame. My assumption is between now and December 2025 or first quarter of 2026, we should start seeing relatively improvements in clearing of these debts. So maybe by that period, we should have, the debt should be down to about 1 trillion or less than 1 trillion naira. And then the government will be able to move it up from there.
Okay. Now, President Tinubu apparently is supposed to meet with the GENCOs very soon, and this according to the Minister of Power, Mr. Adebayo Adelabu. what will be some of your expectations from this meeting? Also, too, in your own view, what will be the reason why the past governments have not made the moves being made now?
Okay, so to your first question, what would be the expectation of the Gencos? One of the line items the Gencos have been tabling down to the Minister of Power is there really a need for us to have NBETs as an organization in the value chain? Most people have always argued that we need to reduce the bureaucracy around the costs of even providing this power. Do we really need NBETs? Why can't the discos be transacting business directly with the Gencos? So if Ikeja, for instance, need power, can't they transact business directly with Egbe, which is closer to them, and then they get the amount of the bulk, they purchase the power in bulk from Egbe, and then they get their invoice straight up. So why do we need middlemen like NBETs in terms of delivering power to the average man on the street? Because the moment you start increasing the costs of providing this power, it makes it increasingly difficult for you to even pay for some of these services, because the moment there's a middleman, this middleman is collecting money from the discos, and then all he does is stand in the middle and collect money from the discos and then pay the Gencos. But imagine if we remove NBET in the middle and allow Gencos deal directly with discos, then we start seeing creativity in how you even transact business. So the Gencos can say, can you deliver power? If the discos can pay power consistently for 6-8 months, we can give you waiver for 2-3 weeks. Just like the normal way you do business between a manufacturer and a dealer. Or if you can guarantee steady delivery of products from one period up to another period, we can give you so and so incentives. So those are the kind of things we need in the power sector. Let it be transparent, remove bureaucracies, remove middlemen, remove government interference, because NBET is still a government organization, and discos themselves are not paying enough debt. They are not paying enough to NBET because some of them don't even trust NBET well enough to pay some of these things back to the Gencos. And so you ask, how did we get here? Sometimes NBETs, Gencos are giving invoices to NBET, and NBET is saying, no, we'll pay 60% today, we'll pay 70% today, we'll pay 50% next tomorrow. All of these are not sustainable. It should be willing buyer, willing seller. The same way you go to the market, and if you can't afford a TV station, a TV set, you go home. It's as simple as that. So if discos cannot afford to buy power from Gencos, let them close shop. The moment they are closing shop and they are not able to deliver 20-hour electricity they've promised their banded electricity customers, of course they will be under enough pressure, and then they will be under more pressure to meet the obligations to the generating companies, and that will be enough incentive to have an efficient value structure. So I've forgotten your second question.
The second question would be why the current administration, why the past governments didn't do some of the things that the current administration is.
Okay, again, the thing about solving the power sector is one of the biggest challenge we've faced over time, which different administrations have faced over time, is a lot of people focus on the downstream. So the downstream aspect of the power sector is the discos, right? A lot of people think that the best way to solve the power problem is to just keep pumping money to the discos, give the discos enough free hand, let them work as much as they want, and nobody is paying attention to the upstream parts. So past administration, first of all, we are paying lip service to the power sector. Secondly, they were bringing in all sorts of money through what they call interventions, and majority of these interventions are targeted towards the transmission company of Nigeria and the distribution companies in Nigeria. We've not paid enough attention to the Gencos, and these are the people who even generate the power themselves. So that's why we are here, because a lot of times we've not paid attention to that harm of the power sector. And it's not as if the NBET as a whole, they've not been paying. But what we've done is we've not had 100% payments for a long time. So like I said before, some months they pay 50%, some months 60%, 70%. In as much as you are not paying 100%, an accumulation of all of this is why we are here at 4 trillion naira.
And we talk so much in Nigeria about cost-effective tariffs and how the absence of it is limiting investment in the power sector. What level of investment is needed to actually turn the power sector around?
Well, I work with estimates now. So the Minister of Power himself, Adelabu, have said we need about $10 billion on an annual basis for 5, 6, 10 years. Some have argued that we don't even need to pay attention to the grid. Maybe we need investment in off-grid, because investment will on off-grid or mini-grid transmission line would reduce pressure on the national grid,
right?
And so we can move a lot of people away from the national grid, and then the national grid will be more efficient to serve many more people. So some people have argued that we need to invest something close to $5 million or $10 million on mini grids scattered around the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Some have also argued that we don't need to have a centralized grid. We need to have regional grids. So regional grids means that excuse me, if there's a problem with the grid in the north, where energy theft, maybe the Boko Haram people or terrorist members must have blown up one transmission line somewhere in the north, you shouldn't have a multiplier effect on the national grid as a whole. Let it just affect the northern region. That way you can isolate that region. You can easily solve it. Whereas every other part of the country, there's steady and constant electricity. So in terms of scale of investment, there have been different conversations about the $1 billion. But I've often said that the power sector is not in need of more money. The power sector is in need of accountability. We need to account for the money we've invested in the power sector. The power sector has swallowed a lot of trillions of naira that we've not seen that kind of investment in other countries. But yet, those countries have been able to scale up access to electricity. Like I said, South Africa is doing about 50,000 megawatts. Algeria is doing about 16,000 megawatts. They've not spent as much as we have done in our part.
But sorry to cut you short, Diko, but South Africa cannot boast of good electricity as well. Eskom is having issues here and there.
Okay, yeah, so they'll keep having, the thing about electricity is you keep having maintenance issues, you keep having operational issues here and there. But when you generate as much as you can, the issues around distribution and transmission are mostly operational issues which can be solved on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, or on a weekly basis. That would always be solved. But when you are not generating enough, you are sending the right message to investors that look, you don't imagine if Apple wants to set up a company in Nigeria.
Right.
One of the yardstick they look at is, so what kind of electricity is this country even generating? For a country of about 250 million people, you are not even generating close to 20,000. You're not generating close to 6,000 megawatts. You have a capacity to do 13,000 megawatts, but you are generating 5,000, 6,000 megawatts. Then what's the incentive for anyone to want to bring in their money to your country or want to bring in their investment into your country? But if I hear that South Africa is generating 50,000 megawatts, yes, it's a right message. I know that they have the electricity. Even I myself, I can decide to invest in that value chain of making sure that that electricity is available for everyone, or even my company to use. But if I know that your country is not even generating as much as you can, then I'm beginning to ask myself, so what's the incentive for me to come and invest in your country? It means I have to provide for my own electricity. So when other countries are talking about AI, when other countries are talking about modern day challenges for a 21st century company, so a company operating in 2025, one of the biggest things they are investing in is tech. But in Nigeria, we are still struggling with issues around companies operating in maybe 1999, companies operating in the 1980s. So the point I'm trying to make is electricity is not a modern day challenge. Is a stale. Countries have moved beyond providing electricity. Countries are moving to more topical issues for industrial growth, and they are still stuck here.
Let's go to the flip side. Now, several months after electric consumers in the country were categorized into bands, we know that band A, band B, and all of that. Those in band A being the highest paying consumers in terms of supply, despite the high tariffs. Are we really seeing a cost-effective service? Because if we're having cost-effective tariffs, then we should have cost-effective service.
Okay.
What are we going to see this?
Well, I think for the issue of band-aids, different different strokes for different folks. So some people are getting 20 hours, maybe 20-30%. Others are complaining bitterly about not getting. And I go back to when NEC, or when the Ministry of Power decided to introduce this mechanism, this band-aid of a thing. And one of the biggest questions that was in that room when I was there was, so who will hold the discos accountable if you fail to provide electricity for certain hours of the day, either for band A, band B, or band C. And the minister's response, which I remembered clearly, is, oh, NEC would always be available. What the minister said that day was, if a disco cannot provide 20 hours electricity for you within 24 hours, the disco is expected to communicate to you or your community via social media or via any means of communication, stating why they can't provide that electricity for you within 24 hours. Now, if that persists for 2-3 days, the discos are expected to downgrade the electricity customer from band A to band B. Thereafter, you can now, so if that same problem continue in band B, you are expected to be downgraded to band C, you're expected to be downgraded to band D, and thereafter you are, till the disco is able to, so once the discos are able to scale up electricity, then you revert the electricity customer back to band A. Now that was the plan. But the biggest challenge is, again, just like every other areas in Nigeria, most times we have the most brilliant laws, but then in terms of implementation, it's actually very, very weak. So when the program started at first, I think in the first 2 or 3 months, most discos were going out to say, oh, we can't provide electricity tariff for A, B, C, D reasons, and so we are downgrading this customer. Oh, we can't do this for a certain period and we are downgrading. But after a while, everybody just everybody has gone to sleep, and so nobody can hold the disco accountable again. So which boils back to my question. More money will not solve this problem. What will solve this problem is accountability. Are the discos held accountable to the different electricity plan for each of the sectors or each of the communities they provide power? What does the law says, or what's the agreement plan for these band A, band B? So how come discos are not downgrading people to band B? How come they are not downgrading people to band C if you can't provide that power? But they are still hell bent on collecting that tariff even when they are not providing that service. So again, we need to create a system of transparency, we need to create a system of accountability, and then we need to make the investments, we need to make the sector attractive enough for investments to come in, because investors are looking from afar and they are saying that, look, this is a sector of anything comes, anything goes. There's not enough incentive for them to bring in their money, and that's why we are where we are now.
And what we're even seeing is, you were talking about, downgrading people to band B, band C, but instead, what we're seeing is people being upgraded, so to speak, to like band A, or people paying what a band A would pay, but they are getting what a band B.
I mean, I know of communities that don't get up to 5-hour electricity, and then they are still being charged for band A and electricity tariffs.
So it's looking like, I don't know if you have more insight on that, because what we're hearing, or what we, when you feel the pulse on the street, what we're seeing is, it's seeming like somehow most people have been migrated to band A. I don't know how true that is. Is that true?
Yeah, so the thing is, if you can guarantee steady electricity access in a community, if so, the discos are expected to check the access, the metering access in that community. Are they up to, if they are up to 90 or 85% metered in that community, that's one. Their transmission line as well in that community, the power cables in that community, how strong or how efficient they are. If they are good to go, the discos are expected to move them to band A electricity tariff. So again, a lot of Nigerians, I think moving them to a band A electricity tariff is not the biggest challenge. I think the biggest challenge is the discos themselves providing this electricity tariff, because we've done, so at BusinessDay we've also done the study as well, which is cheaper: grid tariff, diesel power, petrol electricity power, or solar. I would discover that the grid is still the cheapest. So people would pay if it's constant and then if it's available. But if it's not constant and you're asking them to pay more over the news, some media organizations are even reporting that the discos are planning to increase electricity tariff again. So increasing is not, people don't get up to 5-hour, 4-hour electricity, and then you're planning on even increasing more. So there is not enough incentive to pay more if you have not given them enough for different areas or for different points in time. So what we need to do is create a structure that would put the discos on their toes and make them, so who gets to punish the discos when they don't deliver certain amount of power that they've promised, and what kind of fines are we putting on them? Is it a chicken fine that they can easily pay, or are you fining them FT amount of money that will push them to sit up and then deliver this electricity? Because again, most Nigerians don't care how you get this power. So the discos might have their excuse that yes, we don't get enough on TCN, we don't get enough from, that's why we are not giving enough. But then the excuse is the market women on the streets don't care about the whole process. They want power. It's the same way you go to your food vendor. You don't walk into your food vendor and hear, oh, there's no rice today. What we have is a bar. No, they want rice, and how you get that rice isn't material. Just provide the rice for them. That's why they are there. It's the same for power. Provide this electricity, and then Nigerians will be willing to pay more.
All right, thank you so much, Dikpo Oladeyinde, Assistant Editor and Head of BusinessDay Energy Desk. It's always a delight speaking with you and learning from you on the big story. And that's where we bring it to wraps today. My name remains Elizabeth Musa. Just stay with us.
Firstly, let me say 1st May or May Day celebration is a very important day to all the Nigerian workers and even globally. So in Nigeria, we are celebrating our May Day equal to any other nation in the world. And in the process of observing this day, the labor leaders and all labor institutions across Nigeria are coming together at least to discuss vital issues that affect the life of the civil servant across the country. The Nigerian civil servant, we have a lot of challenges. Issue of salary is the key. The newly approved minimum wage of 70,000 naira by the federal government is yet to be implemented in almost some part of the state in the country, including the FCT, Abuja here. So workers are really being in a very difficult life in order to sustain their families and themselves, educationally wise, health wise, and even economic wise. So if you look at it, the federal government and other chief executives of the MDS across the country are not doing the needful in implementing the 70,000 naira minimum wage, which is expected to curtail the problems of the civil servant across the country. So all we are expecting from the government, it is in our agitation that the government should revisit this issue of implementation of new minimum wage in the country in order to support the civil servant, for them to have a very serious and responsive access to the service delivery. The public service sector of the economy of this country is the most contributory sector of the economy towards the development of this nation. If you look at it, civil servants are cutting across all the sectors of the economy that contribute to the development of Nigeria. So if the civil servants were carried along and being taken care of, I believe Nigerian economy will be revived in a very simple time frame. Because of the sufferings of the civil servants, if you look at our remunerations and some other welfares which we are due for, and the government is not offering us, that is what makes the civil servant to be low in productivity. Therefore, the federal government should do the needful, and in fact, if they have done the needful, they will see wonders in the economic transformation of this country.
We want to thank the president, our amiable president, President Tinubu, for that approval. But as a union, my own union, we still have reservations concerning the release of the 50 billion naira, because we are still insisting that what is good for the gander is also good for the geese. For instance, we are insisting that the stakeholders must be called to a meeting to determine the sharing formula. We are insisting that no one particular union should take a huge chunk of the money without considering the others, because all of us do that same work in the university, because without the technologies, the student cannot graduate. Without the lecturer, the student cannot graduate. Even without other non-teaching staff, it's impossible, the registering staff, it's impossible for the students to graduate. So we are asking that the 50 billion naira released, there should be equity, there should be justice, there should be fairness in the sharing formula.
The assessment today is fantastic, marvelous. You can see the turnout. Workers have turned out en masse in spite of the economic situation. But workers have decided to come out and celebrate themselves. In fact, this is to show that Nigerian workers are very committed and loyal to the sustenance of democracy in Nigeria. Because ordinarily, if we are to go by what is going on, people would have been so lackadaisical. They would have stayed back at home. You see, after all, the workers are suffering. Transportation system is very high. The wages are not as it should be. They talk about the minimum wage. It's nothing to me, it's a sham. Government just used that to say 70,000 naira minimum wage. Then I will now ask them, which government employs level 1? Which Nigerian government employs level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5? Where you said they are enjoying 70,000. It's not possible. All those grades have been outsourced. Before you can enter into the public sector now, in government, you must be a level 8 officer. You get the point. Then go and see. By the time you see the consequential and the adjustment, you discover that what is on top of the level 8 is nothing but just a pittance. So, but all the same, we want to celebrate ourselves. We want to celebrate our input to the development of Nigeria.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation, and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space. In spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to use their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. That like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to explore some of the top trends making the round across social media. Of course, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and to join me this morning, I'm being joined by our in-house analyst, OBDK Okafor. It's always a delight having you in the studio with us. Well, let's get straight into the conversation today. Firstly, let me start by asking you, how was your weekend?
My weekend was interesting.
Interesting weekend.
Yes, very interesting.
Just interesting. What made it interesting?
Well, all I can say is when you have a new baby, every day is interesting.
Congratulations once again. Well, let's go to see some of the things trending this morning. Nigerian social media personality and influencer Martin Vincent Ose, widely known as Very Dark Man, has been arrested by the Nigerian police in Abuja on the orders of Guarantee Trust Bank, which is GT Bank, and this is following his public complaint about alleged unauthorized debits from his mother's bank account. Now, confirming the arrest on Friday, Barrister Deji Adeyanju, the legal counsel for Very Dark Man, revealed that Nigeria Police Force apprehended his client at Area 3 in Abuja. This arrest was reportedly initiated by GT Bank after a Very Dark Man made complaint about repeated debits from his mother's account in the name of loan repayment. But we'll see how people are reacting to this conversation on social media, and then I'll come back to you, OBDK, for your own view on this matter. That's a comment from Michael Tunes. Michael says, this is pure kidnapping and they should all be sued to the court. If a crime or an offense has been committed, it has to be said to the suspect before you issue him an arrest warrant, and the members of the public or his family must know his or her whereabouts. Well, let's see more reactions. Oyinkoro J. Omukoro says, the actions of government agencies now gives an impression that we are in a military rule. Those of us who think it's okay should note that it is VDM today, but it could be you tomorrow. That's from Oyinkoro. Daddy Yo goes on to say that this is how they go about stealing money from customers' accounts. Then at the end of the year, they will announce a profit of 900% worth millions of dollars. They can call Burner and Whiskey to perform in December for their staff, whom they pay peanuts. And that's always really a sad thing to see. EJ Wealth says, this is daylight oppression. What exactly is his offense by accompanying his mom to the bank for clarification? Let's leave the comments there and let me come to you to hear your own thoughts on this matter.
Well, to start with, Very Dark Man has always loved controversy. Very Dark Man is not afraid of controversy, and he's somebody who always is one of those few people who always speak their mind and damn the consequences.
Right.
And even if he hadn't said anything, even if he hadn't like gone on his social media to say anything about what he claims GT Bank did to his mom's account, even if he didn't say anything, but the fact that it's Very Dark Man, and GTB will be the bank will be apprehensive of how he could come and throw around words that might not be good for their image. The bank has built an image over the years, and they won't want one man with so much social media clout to come and spoil the party. But the fact remains that it's still very unclear. People say the bank was responsible for getting police to arrest Very Dark Man, but on what charges? For what reason? I think it's too early to start pointing fingers. All we are sure of is that he was arrested.
And we're interested to actually note, sorry to cut you short, that GT has actually mentioned that they denied arresting him in their premises. So that's also another angle to the story.
Okay. So the point, that's what I said, the point for me is, all we know is that he was arrested by the police. And people have somehow linked it to his complaints about his mother's loans and the bank and all of that. But to be honest, I've gone through the internet, read everything, and I still feel there are still things that are missing. That it's not, the story doesn't sound complete for me, because now GT Bank is saying he wasn't arrested in their premises and all of that. But Very Dark Man is controversial. It might not, at the end of the day, we realize when the true story comes out, it might not be related to the bank at all. So
it's still somewhere where he's arrested?
Most likely he's still somewhere, because nobody is still sure of his whereabouts. And the last statement that was heard was from his lawyer, who said that he was arrested by the police. In fact, there's even the story I heard, it was EFCC. So you see why I said the story is still, it's neither here nor there. But the bottom line is he was arrested. So now all we are doing is now waiting, okay, Very Dark Man, who have you offended this time? Because he's very vocal, he speaks his mind on every single thing. And when I mean everything, I mean like every single thing. So, but people have decided to, maybe the last thing he said or spoke about might have been on the loans that they said they were deducting from his money, and he's vocal about it, so he might have said something about it. So the minute they heard he was arrested, people just linked it immediately to that. But it might not be that at the end of the day. We don't know for sure. But it will be interesting to find out what controversy Very Dark Man has cooked up this time.
And apparently this entire story is still shrouded in some sort of controversy. But it will be interesting to see how it all pans out. But in the meantime, I do wish Very Dark Man well. I do hope that he's being taken care of in the, we can't call it prison right now.
No, he's in custody.
In custody.
The custody.
Okay,
we don't know what level of custody it is.
Yes, we don't know what level of custody it is, because if truly it's a case of he was, arrested because of complaining about the fact that some amounts that cannot be accounted for were debited from his account, from GTB account, then it's going to cause a lot of problem, because there are people every day that are complaining about service providers, complaining about telecommunications providers here, banks, and all of these different service providers. Does it mean that they would have to now be arrested, or does it mean that people don't have the right to complain? So we'll just have to keep looking out and see how the story pans out. Hopefully it's not what we're thinking, or hopefully it's beyond the headlines that we're seeing. Again, one thing I understand as a journalist is to just go beyond the headlines. So it'd be nice to, during this week, just see what the exact story is, because if it's really what we're saying, then that's really terrible. But let's move on now to talk about something really sad and shocking, where a promising life was cut short in the United States as 23-year-old British Nigerian Tamilore Odunsi was brutally stabbed to death inside her Houston apartment just days before she was set to graduate as a nurse. And this was quite making the rounds last week. And according to reports, Odunsi, who moved from London to Texas in 2022 to pursue a nursing degree, was found dead in the kitchen of her apartment with a fatal stab wound after the police forced their way in. However, the horror didn't stop there, as another man inside the apartment, believed to be a flatmate who had moved in only weeks earlier, was discovered in critical condition with knife injuries. And that's the very sad story that I did see last week, the weekend. And apparently she was even supposed to graduate, and I saw a video which really, really touched me, where her sister was, receiving like your plaque or something when you are graduating, and that was really sad. But let's see some of the reactions that people are making about this conversation on social media. Batified political principle says this is bad news for our parents, who must spend heavily a huge fortune on her. May her soul rest in peace, and may God grant her family the fortitude to bear this loss. That's from Batified political principle. Abubakar Lukman said, it's important to approach this kind of tragedy with compassion first. While moving in with someone you barely know can be risky, it's also a reminder that many young people, especially students abroad, sometimes make trusting decisions without realizing, I can't really see the rest of that, but without realizing, the magnitude of whatever it is that is happening. Let's see if we have another reaction. Umenta Braith says that anytime you are threatened or encounter a heated argument, there's always need to inform a third party. It helps in solving mysteries. That's from Umenta Brave. Olukayode says, oh gee, so sad she lost her life while she's meant for greater things. Condolences from this end. However, it's important to understand that it's extremely dangerous to move in with someone you barely know. Now, see, there's two angles to this. Last week, I was on social listening talking about another lady who you probably know, the Nurse Miriam, who was found dead in her apartment. Remember your comment where you said it's important, it's advisable for people to not live alone. Now this one, now she's living with someone. Now the next advice is it's important to know you are moving with. Look, I just feel like it's beyond all of these things. Whether you are alone, whether you are, do you get like,
no,
see have you seen the different sides of the coin?
The point is this. Let me explain something. The way life works is there are basic principles. Everything has basic principles. Everything has basic rules. There are rules to life. But because there are rules to life, it doesn't mean that things don't happen. It just means that people need to be more aware. So it boils down, for me, it boils down to awareness. It boils down to understanding your person and the kind of person you are and the kind of person you come in contact with. I think for me, in this case, of this young lady. It's unfortunate that she was stabbed to death just before she graduated, and she had a roommate, a male, who moved in a few weeks. One of the wrongest places, I can tell you for free, to trust people easily is when you're in the abroad, because there are more people with mental health issues, with different things that are doing them and all of that. So it's a little bit easier when you're on this side. I'm not saying that there are not people that are not, diabolic or wicked and all of that on this side, but it's easier to find people like that. So it's always good to be. That self-awareness is very important. I think for me that's the major lesson here, to be self-aware. What kind of person do you want to have as a roommate? If you are not too sure, it's better, even if you don't have the person as a roommate, you are always maybe aware of who your neighbors are, the people you live with and all of that, if you decide you want to live alone and all of that. But the bottom line is it boils down to always being self-aware, whether you live alone or whether you live with someone. Self-awareness means that you are aware of the kind of people you stay in the same environment with, and if you feel threatened or uncomfortable, you are able to, because you are aware, it's easier for you to reach out to somebody or leave that environment and go to somewhere else where you feel safe. Even if that space is your own place, it's better to move out of your own place and be safe and all of that. So I think for me, the thing was maybe, she lived in the UK before she came to America. So that kind of, free-spirited and all of that, and, open. It's good to be open,
so
but
in the UK,
always...
Mr. OBDK Okafor, this is where I'll have to come in. It's not in the
No,
UK.
I didn't say only, you're
People
missing
are
the point.
moving, right.
No, you're missing the point.
Okay.
I said, I'm speaking from her personality.
Okay.
She's British Nigerian. She's coming from the UK. She's coming from an environment where, it's not like, if you're coming from, let me give you an example, cultural context. If somebody is coming from Nigeria to the abroad for the first time, people already are warning that if you go abroad, leave all those things, people can be sharp, so you have to be aware. So that kind of awareness, that kind of cultural background, you're coming to the abroad and you're, looking, okay. Some other people, they'll tell them, if you're coming to the abroad, everybody is free, do as you like. But when you're coming from a country where you're already used to a certain type of lifestyle, she's coming from the UK where, things are a little bit easier, things are straightforward, people are, that kind of thing, people mix. So she's coming from that environment and she's coming to America and she's carrying that same mentality of, this kind of, everybody has the one that's doing them, but, we are all open, we are all embracing. Because the guy just moved into they said the other man who was found, who was also had the stab wounds. I have a funny feeling there might have been an altercation, and where she was trying to defend herself and everything, and she might have also, all those kind of things. So I feel like it also depends on, people's perception. That's why I said it has to do with, self-awareness of who you are, where you're coming from, and the kind of background that you come from. But self-awareness.
You never really know, really.
We never really know.
And that's really where I stand. You never really know. With self-awareness, knowing who you are living with. Because even people that are married tell you that daily they see different. I'm sure you're married, so you probably will be able to say that, like, you get to see different characters.
That's why if you listen to the first thing I said that nothing, no matter how many rules you have, you can't predict what can happen at the end of the day. But it's also good to, even though you can't predict, it's also good to have certain things, because sometimes those things will save your life.
Just like we say in Lagos, stay guiding. Always
guiding.
Whether there's war or not, stay guiding. But that's how we have to bring it to wraps today. It's really sad to about Tamilore Odusi's death, and we hope that our family members and loved ones, we hope that God comforts them at this time. But whatever it is you're doing, on the final notes today, just stay guiding. You never really know. And thank you so much, Mr. Obidike Okafor, for your time this morning. It's always really good speaking with you. Well, that's how we bring it to the wraps on the social listening segment today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name remains Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
On Saturday, 8 OPEC Plus countries agreed to raise oil output by 411,000 barrels per day in June, and this despite a recent trend of falling prices. This was also after a similar hike for May. Analysts are calling it a managed unwind of previous cuts and not a fight for market share. There's also some frustration with weaker compliance and a fresh call for commitment to compensate for producing above past quotas. The group plans to hold a full ministerial meeting on the 28th of May. As at this morning, in early Asian trade, Brent futures dropped 3.7% to as low as $58.5 a barrel, down from a close of $61.29 per barrel on Friday. OPEC Plus may also be trying to use low oil prices to curb output in high-cost basins such as the United States and Brazil, where sub-60 crude could be below break-even, eventually shutting down investment taps. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives to help them thrive in today's very peculiar business environment. At the end of the year, 94-year-old Warren Buffett is retiring from the investment firm he has run since 1965. He has proposed at Berkshire Hathaway's annual shareholder meeting in Omaha, Nebraska, that Greg Abel, currently vice chair of Berkshire's non-insurance operations, should take over. As of Friday, the S&P 500 index was up 9 consecutive days, its longest streak since 2004, jumping 2.9% in the week as the market makes back the entirety of its Liberation Day sell-off. Remarkable given the lingering uncertainty over trade negotiations, though there are early signals of a more limited tariff spat and a better chance that the U.S. economy can weather the disruption. China was reported as having compiled a list of U.S. goods exempt from its 125% tariffs, aiming to ease trade tensions without making public concessions. The list is expanding with recent waivers on U.S. ethane, some semiconductor products, and certain pharmaceuticals. We still cannot ignore the gross domestic product 0.3% contraction in the U.S., albeit largely due to a surge in imports as companies tried to get ahead of the tariffs, and even bellwether players like McDonald's noticing consumers pulling back on spending due to concerns. Today, we get composite and services flash US PMIs for April, and indeed, the next signals could be very instructive. Also, it would be great if US closes some trade deals with, say, major players like Japan and the EU this week, and not so great if the spat with China takes a turn for the worse. Shell is reported to be working with advisors to evaluate a potential acquisition of rival BP as it observes BP's stock and oil price declines before deciding on whether to pursue a bid. When asked of the BP acquisition, Chief Executive Wael Sawan said he would rather buy back more Shell stock, adding that there is greater need to have Shell's house in order. Markets are abuzz with the possibility of the deal, also speculating that any final decision will likely depend on how much lower BP's stock falls. It may end up being too cheap to resist. Democratic Republic of Congo said on Friday it had become the latest African country to grant a license to Elon Musk's Starlink. A unit of SpaceX, the satellite internet provider, is live in more than a dozen countries in Africa and rapidly expanding its services on the continent. In April, it got licenses to operate in Somalia and be live in Lesotho. The Dangote Group has launched a major agro-industrial sugar refinery project in Kwame Danso, Ghana. This includes a daily cane crushing capacity of 12,000 tons, irrigation of 25,000 hectares, and production of sugar, molasses, and ethanol, all with the support of Ghana's One District, One Factory initiative. This project also addresses Ghana's annual $162 million sugar import bill and fosters a local, sustainable, and impactful solution. And in Nigeria, the former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, recently declared that he was ready to give account of himself as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission continued with its probe of sacked officials of the National Oil Company. The EFCC is reported to be investigating fraud and abuse, including senior officials involved in the rehabilitation of the government-owned refineries, which gulped about $3 billion. The finance minister also said recently that a forensic audit was ongoing. Analysts are concerned as they await more details. Definitely a space to watch as the new team takes over in NPCL. OPEC Plus say that 8 participating countries will implement a production adjustment of about 411,000 barrels per day in June 2025 from May 2025 required production level. This is due to current healthy market fundamentals reflected in the low oil inventories and in accordance with the decision agreed upon on 5th of December 2024 to start a gradual and flexible return of the 2.2 million barrels per day voluntary adjustments starting from 1st of April 2025, but also adding that the increases may be paused or reversed subject to evolving market conditions. This flexibility will allow the group to continue to support oil market stability and provide the opportunity for the participating countries to accelerate their compensation for previous overproduction. The 8 OPEC Plus countries hold monthly meetings to review market conditions, conformity, and compensation, and will meet on the 1st of June to decide on July production levels. The hikes also follow calls from Trump on OPEC Plus to raise output. Trump will visit Saudi Arabia later in May. And on Friday, if you look at Brent crude futures, it lost more than 1% to $61.29 barrels as traders braced for more oil from OPEC Plus. The downturn in prices is expected to continue amid lingering trade tensions and concerns about economic growth. Analysts are of the view that we could see further accelerated hikes for August, September, and October, with the idea of unwinding the remainder of a huge portion of voluntary cuts, especially if Iraq, Kazakhstan, and other laggards do not improve compliance and deliver compensation cuts. Saudi Arabia, which had cut its own production by 2 million barrels per day over the past 3 years, is said to be frustrated with bearing the larger portion of the OPEC cuts, while other members consistently pumped above their quotas. Saudi Arabia, reportedly displeased with non-compliant members, has briefed allies and industry officials that they are no more willing to prop up prices with further supply cuts, while others apparently are cheating. Crude oil prices continue to be volatile, as we see when there are many conflicting signals. Brent, however, of late has been slipping fast at just over $61 over the weekend and could still slip further. There are indeed conflicting signals from the ongoing US-China trade talks. Analysts are watching developments from the US and Iran talks of a deal over the nuclear program. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said he remained extremely cautious about the success of the negotiations as nuclear talks between Iran and the United States in Oman continue. With Iranian crude returning, deepening the bearish oil outlook, analysts are modeling how that affects supply from Iran into a market already in a slight excess. On the demand side, impacting oil prices are fears that several new forces seem to be weighing on economic growth, which was already forecasted to be tepid. A worse growth scenario could easily emerge if tariffs are not negotiated significantly downwards. The IMF also cut U.S. growth forecast to 1.8% and raised recession odds to 40% with a spillover effect, which also puts further strain on oil demand. But last Friday, yet another conflicting signal. We got strong U.S. jobs report with America's long resilient job market continuing to defy expectations, even despite all the uncertainty. The U.S. economy added a surprisingly strong 177,000 jobs in April, a slight slowdown from March's downwardly revised 1,000 gains, but more than expected. The gain in April was also higher than the average pace of monthly job growth in the prior 3 months. Talking of conflicting signals, we also got that from U.S. inventory as U.S. stockpile data added to the confusion. The American Petroleum Institute, API, reported a large 4.6 million barrels crude draw, while the official Energy Information Administration, EIA, data contradicted this with a surprise crude build of 244,000 barrels, also with jet fuel deliveries hitting their highest pace since 2019. Still, the crude build was enough to reinforce broader supply concerns. Traders are trying to understand if OPEC Plus policy shifts are a renewed focus on protecting market share, as some analysts argue, or are we talking about succumbing to pressures from the US who want lower oil prices to keep inflation down, or is this just winding down previous cuts, like I said earlier? And then there are other issues such as the US-Iran nuclear developments and also the US-China trade headlines, and clues to the supply-demand rebalancing dynamic could emerge as we watch these developments unfold. We've also seen a notable decrease in OPEC Plus production in April due to Venezuelan sanctions, so quite a bit to digest as far as oil and gas dynamics. Planned increases could also be affected if countries like Kazakhstan, Iraq, and the UAE, which have previously exceeded their quotas, reduce their output significantly. We expect a flood of bearish revisions for crude oil price forecasts. BNP Paribas, before the decision, expected Brent in the high $60 per barrel. That's for the second quarter of this year, though the latest OPEC Plus decision couldn't be described as a surprise. Forecasts still expected to be revised down. For BNP Paribas, we could be talking of the low 60s. Baring had to predict supply shocks. EVI had forecasted for crude range-bound $65 to $70 in Q2 for the Brent standard. This is now revised down to $60 to $65. Q3 average for Brent would still be as low as sub $60. That is on average. Again, barring any geopolitical supply shocks. Goldman Sachs also responded by slashing its December 2025 oil forecast by $5 to $66 for Brent, citing both rising OPEC Plus supply and the impact of the tariff war. Standard Chartered also reduced its 2025 Brent forecast to $61 a barrel. Low oil prices would also mean exiting less cost-efficient, complicated basins and would incentivize the search for cost synergies through consolidations. Shell may begin to look at BP even closer as the case for a possible takeover improves. In summary, with no clearly bullish catalyst in sight, apart perhaps from China's openness to negotiate on tariffs, it does appear that the uncertainty and conflicting signals will linger, leaving sellers in control in the coming sessions. Japanese, South Korean, Hong Kong, and Chinese markets are closed for public holidays. US stock futures edged lower, signaling a potential cool down after the strong wins in Wall Street last week. Well, that's all on this special edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
Morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development. We want to thank you all for leaving behind your very busy schedules to be a part of this conversation today, as we go beyond the controversy to harness tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sector, which is our theme for today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm honored to be your compere for this occasion. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all and say, please put your hands together for yourselves for being here very early. And as we proceed in the agenda, I'd like to please make welcome the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigogun, as he gives us the welcome address.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join in welcoming you warmly to roundtable this morning. She had asked that we applaud ourselves for coming early. And I saw virtually all the hands coming together. I'm not sure whether we all came in. But I have a burden for time. We need to get started so we don't punish people for coming early. So welcome once again. We are here to talk about tax. One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never. We are at a cross-section in Nigeria where two things are happening. Certainly, it will affect you differently in terms of your income. It will affect you differently in terms of how you generate revenues. But I don't think, and I have not seen anything in the tax bill that is geographical, as some people wanted us to believe. But I'm happy that we have made significant progress. But I'm even happier today that the man who has led that process, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who's chairman of the presidential group, is here with us this morning. He has said this many times, and it made a lot of sense to me. At the beginning, many of the people who were talking about the tax bills had not even read the bills. And many were not even interested in reading the bills. In Nigeria, everybody has an opinion. But the opinion that really matters as we proceed today include the opinion of people like Mr. Oyedele. And I'd like to welcome him warmly and to welcome our panelists warmly as well. I have absolutely no doubt that when we are done today, that you would accept that the time you have spent with us this morning has been well spent. Once again, let me welcome you warmly and to say that we are indeed very delighted to be in partnership with our friends from Olaniu Ajayi, who are here to ensure that we stay within the law and perhaps provide some deep insight from the work that they do that will help shape our conversation here this morning. That said, all I need to do now is get away from your way so we can get going. Once again, welcome and thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the publisher of Business Day. Please put your hands together again for him for that welcome address. And now we'll be going to our keynote address for today. And to give us this keynote speech is none other than the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms set up by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC, where he worked for 22 years, including over 10 years in top leadership positions, gaining in-depth knowledge and diverse experience ranging from tax advisory and policy advocacy to business strategy consulting, leadership development, and policy design and execution. He has the mandate to carry out critical reforms bordering on fiscal governance, revenue transformation, and economic growth facilitation. He is an accountant by profession and economist by training. He is an author, keynote speaker, mentor, and commentator on finance, business, and economic matters. I mean, the list is endless, but we'll have to just keep it there because we really, truly value your time today. Please join me in bringing up to the stage Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Business Day and my big brother for inviting me and for Olaniu Ajayi for supporting this initiative today. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm also very grateful that Business Day are one of the very few organizations and platforms who tend to go beyond the general noise. There are people who actually think that the tax reform is about sharing formula for VAT because you could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. We have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them. So one of such provisions in the tax reform bills is a priority sector incentive. So before I go into that, just to do a quick refresher as to why we needed the reforms. I don't know why the reforms are necessary. It's because our fiscal space, the space for revenue, spending, and even how we borrow is constrained. We are not able to do the things we should be doing as a country, and the tax system is not conducive enough for growth. So our tax system has become an impediment to growth. It's holding us down. We can't move as fast. We can't grow as fast. And you would agree with me that Nigeria needs all the growth that we can get, particularly if we can make those growth to be inclusive. Our tax to GDP ratio has been one of the lowest in the world. The good news is, although this is not official yet, is that from just about 10% in 2023, we are now at about 13.6% of tax to GDP ratio by the end of 2024. Our target is to get to a minimum of 18% by 2027. So that is huge progress. We also recognize that that progress is not going to be enough until we can also demonstrate how that revenue is being used for the people. In 2022, the federal government spent about 97% of its revenue just to service debts. If that does not scare you, then you have to be from a different planet, because that means if you just continue with that for a few more years, it's total collapse, because it means that even salaries we're paying, you're borrowing to pay it. Once you get to that debt trap, it gets worse. And once countries get to that point, the only option they have is to print money, because the revenue is not coming. So you print money and you keep printing, and then you print even more, and then you have a Zimbabwe scenario where at a point 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollar was barely enough to buy a loaf of bread. People were leaving money on the street because there was no point, right? You don't want that to happen to your country, but you need more than prayer. You need to take steps. So the good news is that 97 reduced to 75% by 2023, and the numbers are being finalized for 2025. We expect it should be in the region of 50%. So move from 97 to 50 in about 2 to 3 years is so remarkable. The budget deficit relatively is declining, and we're no longer monetizing budget deficit, which is asking CBN to print money for us to spend. They printed over 30 trillion naira during the past government, past regime. We also have issues around the tax policy, where there is significant amount of inequity. We put too much burden on our most vulnerable taxpayers, whether they are low-income earners or they're small businesses. We chase them around, make life impossible for them. People are transporting food items from one state to another. They have to pay taxes every ton. One of the truckers said that they budget around 700,000 naira when they are bringing yam from the north to the south, one trip. So that is why you would also notice that when you look at the inflation data, the difference between the rural and urban inflation for food should normally just be transport. But in Nigeria, it's around 500 basis points. So you can't explain that with transport alone. These illegal taxes are also a major part of the trouble that we are going through. Yam then gets to Lagos and the poor man cannot afford it. So that is not sustainable. Our tax system is not competitive, which means if you are thinking of where to put investment in Africa, we are unlikely to be the choice location. So 1 out of 10, when they come to Nigeria, it will be for other reasons, despite the tax environment. rather than in spite of it or because of it. Our tax laws were very old, ambiguous. We have multiple taxes, multiple taxing agencies, and the way we administer taxes is not efficient, very costly, very expensive, and there is also the lack of proper modernization and using of technology. So, what is our approach to the reform? So we said, well, let's do a reform that is people-centered, growth-focused, and efficiency-driven. Those three are very important because at the end of the day, you can say all the nice stuff, but how are you translating your policies into concrete actions on the ground? If you are people-centered, you will not ask people who are on minimum wage to be paying taxes just because you are looking for IGR. If you are people-centered, you will not be imposing taxes on food when majority of your citizens are just trying to feed themselves. So these things can be translated. If you are growth-focused, you will not be taxing capital and investments. I will let you invest. For many countries, we even subsidize your investment. When you start making the money, we can talk about taxes. Don't tax me upfront because you increase my risk. I'm not even sure I'll find customers yet. Efficiency driven also means we have to use more technology in how we do things. Why do people have to fill long forms, travel to pay taxes? Why do they have to pay 15 different taxes when they can pay just one, maybe on their phone, and they get the receipts? Okay, so all of those issues. So we have the fiscal framework around revenue, debt, and spending, including even how we look at government-owned enterprises, natural resources, government assets, and how do we ensure there's policy coordination, fiscal, monetary, trade, and investment in particular, but other policies are also important. For tax changes, Donald Trump has now made, I'm sure that by the end of 2025, one of the most popular words will be tariffs. I think that's almost guaranteed already. But some people don't realize that tariffs are taxes. This is tax. See the problem that tax can create for the whole world. Tax. Just tax. Because anything to do with, I think two things are very important to human beings and how we behave. One is anything that will affect your freedom. The second one is anything that will affect your pockets. So when it comes to taxes, including tariffs, they affect your financial resources. So people pay attention to that. So in Nigeria, we're looking at all of that. So there's the tax reform bills, which is what people know mostly about what we're doing. But even the tariffs are under review as well, because we know that some of the tariffs are not making sense. A manufacturer came to one of our sessions and he was really well prepared. He brought all the documents he got from customs and everything. So he came to me and said, I'm producing these products. If you import that product, it's duty free. But he is producing it in Nigeria, he needs to import some inputs and he has high duties. So he was asking me, do they really want us to produce anything in Nigeria? So I said, well, nobody would have sat down to design it like that, but maybe somebody wasn't paying attention. So we see a lot of that in different places where those things require a lot of redesign. So we are also focusing on fiscalization, which is really using technology to ensure that when you issue an invoice, the taxman gets a copy. And things are linked together. Since you can't sell to yourself, you buy from someone and you under-disclose, you will know from the other person you bought from. We want to enable growth. so that when the country grows, revenue will come as a consequence, including exports, including small businesses, and also promoting formalization. For example, in Nigeria, if you're a very honest person, very patriotic, you want to do all the right things, and you set up a business and it's Taiwo Enterprises, the maximum personal income tax you pay, no matter whether you made 1 billion profit, is less than 19%. Okay, about 18.6. That same business, the moment you register it as Taiwo Limited, that tax jumps to more than 40%. So the question is, in which part of the planet should you design a tax system that discourages formalization, when you also know that formalization is part of the ways to grow the economy and generate revenue? So these were things we have done to ourselves, I believe not by design, but maybe over time. Things just happened and we're not paying attention to them. So some of the deliverables that we have, this is on formalization. So you will see in the tax reform bills, you register your company with the CAC, your turnover in a year is less than 100 million, you pay 0% CIT, right? So what we're trying to do is tempt you, if I can use that word, we want to tempt you to formalize, because it will be attractive for you. You're not charging VAT, you're not deducting withholding tax, you're not paying CIT. Of course, we want you to grow. By the time you grow and you become 1, 2, 10, 50 billion, you're not going to run away, because we already have your data within the system. If you start a business today, chances are that it doesn't matter how small that business is, you are likely to have one asset or the other that you bought. Mobile phone, laptop, or a car. So today in Nigeria, you don't get the input VAT back. Under the reforms, we give you the input VAT back. Data we have globally shows that people are tempted at that initial phase to present themselves to the taxman because of the refund. But the reality is, once you present yourself, you are there. The day you start selling, you can't run away again. So these things have a way of paying off at the end of the day. So we also have deliverables around budgetary reforms, constitutional amendments. Some of the problems we are dealing with have their roots in the constitution, like the 4th schedule empowers local government to tax us on wheelbarrow tax is there. It's so important to us, we put it in the constitution. Bicycle tax is there. Radio, TV license or permit. In those days, you had a radio, you were a rich person. You had a TV. I grew up in a village where only 2 people had TVs, and they were black and white TVs that lived inside cupboard and they closed. You can't just open it anyhow. But we've gone beyond that. On our phones, we have radios, we have TVs. So what that means is all of us in this room now, we've not paid our taxes on our radio and TVs on our phones. But should we be collecting that in 2025? So the key performance indicators for us include ensuring there is enabling environment for growth, proper policy coordination, fair taxation, responsible borrowing when we do borrow, and sustainable spending as to how we apply the resources that we get. So what do we expect from all of these reforms? On the next slide, so I won't go through all the details because of time. So for businesses, we want there to be almost like de-risking businesses. Let's reduce your risk so that more businesses will be viable. Those that are viable will thrive even more. Let's lower your tax burden. So unfortunately, as many of you may have followed, the governors disagree with us on reducing the CIT rate because they don't want us to increase the VAT rates. We thought increasing VAT rate on limited items reducing VAT to 0% on basic consumption and reduce CIT rates significantly was a good way to stimulate growth. But we understand that you can't get everything done at once, and sometimes you may need to take a step back and say maybe it's not now, maybe it should be later. But even without the CIT rate reduction, which we had proposed should come down from 30 to 25%, we still have other provisions within the bills that will lower the burden of tax on businesses. Competitive tax regime, including the economic development incentive that I'll speak to briefly. Then for households and individuals, to provide some relief for them and also to lower their tax burden, as well as provide opportunities for individuals, small businesses, and households. For government, clearly, when the economy grows, government has, so you want to be the king of a village that has resources, not a poor king, right? So when your economy grows, you earn more respect, you have more resources, and therefore the mandate of leadership, it's easier for you to deliver on. Mobilize revenue for government, so we don't print money to spend, we don't keep borrowing, and to ensure there is fiscal sustainability, with our fiscal balance being healthy, addressing distortions, because we have distortions that have been created. You and I are doing the same business, somebody has the access to get the waivers and the exemptions, and you don't have the same access, and you operate in the same industry. Or someone is in a free zone, or they have been designated as a free zone, and they're producing the same thing you are producing and paying all taxes, and they're selling to the same domestic market. That's big distortion. It creates an unlevel playing field, which is not fair and sustainable. So the last slide I will discuss with you is to now discuss the Economic Development Incentive Scheme, which is the topic, the focus for today. So we have different kind of incentives in the Nigerian tax system today. One of the most popular and most commonly referenced is the Pioneer Status Incentive. So Pioneer Status Incentive was developed first on the basis of you are pioneering something. You know, you are doing something that we don't have in Nigeria. We used to import it to help us do import substitution and all of those kind of stories. And once you meet certain conditions, you are given the pioneer status for 3 years. If you meet the conditions again, it may be extended for another 1 year and another 1 year, making a maximum of 5. So you can get it for 3, 4 years, or 5 years. But looking back now, we see a lot of loopholes. We see a lot of areas where the design could have been better, such that, you know, today you can get pioneer status, tell government all the good stories about what you want to do. Once you are given the pioneer status, you can be importing the items for which you get pioneer status. And because those items have been declared as pioneer products, you still don't pay tax. You can play the game as you want without paying taxes. We also have issues around when you are enjoying that pioneer status that the law says 3, 4, or 5 years, we preserve some of your tax attributes without going too technical, such that when you are done with the pioneer status, you have those additional benefits that can extend that's your pioneer status to even up to 10 years, depending on the size of those attributes. For example, the assets you use for the business are frozen in time, and they are considered to be assets acquired after you are done with the pioneer status. So that's when you now start claiming deductions for those assets. So in other words, the pioneer status incentive makes it difficult for government to actually estimate how much they were giving away because there were so many things that were not clear. Investors cannot estimate how much they are getting precisely. Government cannot estimate how much they are giving away precisely. And really, what's even most important is what value do we get for the tax that we give away? Value for money. There was no scientific way of calculating that benefit to the economy. And there are also issues like even when you're applying for it, how much fee should you pay? Should you pay a fee to apply? How much fee should you pay? And so many other things. So we said maybe this is an opportunity to just transform this whole incentive scheme. That's not the only one, but this is a major one. So we came up with economic development incentives. And we said we'll focus on priority sectors. Because it's not that the sector is pioneer. I don't know any sector you can really pioneer in the world. But a country can decide that this sector is a priority sector for them and give them special incentives. So these priority sectors that you see on the left, those are the broad categorization. When you go to the bill, you see more breakdown. I wanted everything to fit into one slide. So this is the summarized summary of how it looks like. So the major focus on the priority sector incentive is manufacturing. So you see a lot of it is maybe 90-something% is manufacturing. Service there is very small, right? And for a reason we can explain. And it doesn't mean that you agree with us, but at least we feel like at this point in our national development, we have to prioritize manufacturing because it comes with a lot of challenges and risks. Capital intensive, you have to deal with cost of borrowing, you have to deal with moving things around and logistics, which you don't find in services. Then we also thought that it's important for us to be able to scale. So you don't want to give these incentives to everybody that brought 1 or 2 million naira to invest. You won't move the needle, and the people administering it will be bogged down with admin details. So we said, let's set a minimum threshold. You see, some of the sectors, you can't even go there. Look at utility. Utility, you need a minimum of 200 billion naira to be eligible in terms of your investment. Okay, so those amounts are the minimum investment amount. So even when you see a range, that's the minimum range, not the maximum, because some of them have subsectors. Then we also thought that there should be a sunset. So based on the available data we have today and our level of development, how long do we think we should incentivize this priority sector? So those are the things we have there as sunsets. If the laws are passed today and they're signed into law and they take effect on a particular day, this sunset begin to count from that day, right? So in other words, if you have 15 to 20 years for agriculture and food, some subsectors there have 15 years, some have 20. That's why you see 15 to 20 years. So it means that 20 years from the day the law commences, if you meet all the conditions, you can enjoy this priority treatment incentive. And once it's 20 years, although you can get the approval on the day it's 20, or one day, 20 minus 1 day, but you can't get it anymore from once it's 20 years. So which means if you get the incentive approval a day before 20 years, you still run the cost of that incentive, but you can't get a new one. Now, this priority sector incentive allows you to maybe not pay tax up to 5 years. Now, why did I say maybe? It may be because we're not going to exempt you from paying taxes. No. This priority sector incentive says when you meet the conditions, we're going to focus on your investments. Based on the amount of investment you have made that we can validate. So Industrial Inspectorate Division will validate the value of your investment. You will get 5% of the value of the assets as tax credits. For every asset that you buy, you get a 5% tax credit for 5 years. That's effectively you're getting 25% as tax credit. In other words, if this is one of my eligible assets, this mobile phone, and I bought it for 100,000 naira, then government will give me 25,000 naira as tax credit. This is like money in my bank account. Okay? I'll still claim my capital allowances on the assets. So nothing is impacted. I just have an extra credit. So what you then do is, at the end of the year, you will calculate your tax as if you wanted to go and pay the tax. Say, my tax for this year, do it like anybody else that has no incentive. My tax for the year is 15,000 naira. But do I have any tax credit from this special incentive? Yes, 25, okay? I'll take 15 out of that to offset my tax payable. So for that year, I pay no tax. Next year again, you keep asking yourself that question. So which means if you invest heavily, you will have credit enough to wipe off your taxes year in, year out. But if you go and tell government fantastic story about how you want to transform Nigeria to Silicon Valley, and they approve the incentive scheme and you refuse to invest, whatever credit you used to get the allowance will soon be exhausted. You may find yourself from year 2, you start paying taxes. This also allows us as a country to reduce the risk of being overly generous. Many of us will remember what happened with the GSM revolution in Nigeria. All the data points said Nigerians cannot afford to pay to be making calls because they are struggling with money to eat, to feed themselves, and buy pencil and ruler for their kids to go to school, that they will not be able to afford money to make calls. It turns out that they were massively wrong. All the data and the analysis were all wrong. They were not just wrong in terms of who could afford mobile telecommunication. They were wrong with the fact that Nigerians don't just call and say, Taiwo, are you ready for us to go now? That's less than 1 minute, right? They will ask you first, did you sleep well? How is your wife? How is your dog? You have not even been calling somebody. What's wrong with you? So before they get into what they want to tell you, they spend 2 or 3 minutes. So on the average, we spend much longer on the phone. So which means some of these GSM companies made what we call embarrassing profits. Even all their scenarios, including best case scenario, was not anywhere close to the actual profit they made. Nigerian government started regretting the incentive because they just gave 5 years at a stretch. They thought nobody wanted to invest. So, and I heard one of the people that advised the president at the time to do this GSM. He said they went to South Africa to go and visit MTN. MTN was not interested the first time. They went the second time to convince MTN to come to Nigeria. So when they got pioneer status for 5 years, some of these guys made their money in 2 years. But you couldn't reverse it because it would be wrong for you to reverse it. So what this new scheme is doing is, should you make so much profit more than you envisage, share it with the government. Still keep 70%, give 30% to the government. We're not going to give you incentives without limits. So that is one of the things we've designed into this scheme. So even though by design, you have this incentive for 5 years once you are eligible, you are allowed to keep using your credit for a further 5 years, which means altogether, Because you can also start a business hoping to make money and not be making money. So which means all the credit we give to you, it's not useful because you're not making profit, which means the taxes to pay are very small. So we allow you, and there's some businesses that start up, there's not so much money they make. So another 5 years, altogether making up to 10 years to enjoy the incentive. So we think that this is one area, which is one of the reasons why I said I'm very grateful to BusinessDay. This is one of the areas where we haven't seen people pay attention to it. And it's important that we have those debates, and that we understand it, and that we build capacity to implement, as well as to position ourselves for these opportunities. You see, of course, it's clear why we should have agriculture and food there. There's energy, including renewable energy, mining and quarrying, health, creative sector, including music production, motion pictures, utility projects, chemical and building materials, steel and metal, transportation, industrial machinery, environment, including recycling, waste treatment, textile production, including sportswear, other manufacturing, mostly to do with education, and services. The only services that we truly have there is to do with business process outsourcing and shared services centers. So that is the message I have for you. More than happy to take questions when the opportunity comes. At the end of the day, we think that moving forward, we can do much better than we've done in the past and truly set our country on the path to irreversible progress in our lifetime. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful keynote address. You know, every single time I've had to sit back and listen to the chairman, Mr. Taiwo Ayodele, I've always found it very educative and informative. And I say to myself, like, he puts together these slides and I'm wondering, what am I doing with my life? So, and I'm sure every single person here will also agree with me that that keynote was truly very educative. So please, if we could just put our hands together once again for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Thank you very much. I think we have opportunity to take one or two.
Incentivize people to pay. Like maybe those few that have been faithful to the payment of their taxes, maybe should be giving them like 5%, maybe on quarterly basis, or maybe, I don't know. That's one. Then the second one is that earlier, maybe I think last year, I saw you on channel television with Sheon. So you mentioned that there will be taxes on public transportation. So we all know that those who that collect taxes on public transport system in Nigeria, they are agberos everywhere around Nigeria. So I want to be sure. I want to know if this bill should be passed. Is it that we are going to eradicate agbero from our system? Yes, because they don't collect our taxes and they even make transport to be so high everywhere. So please, I want clarity on that. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I believe those are the two questions. Okay, so thank you for those questions. The first one is on the eligibility of investment for the priority sector incentive. So just take any, let's say you want to start building solar panels. So how much do you want to invest? You put all your investment together. There'll be the one that will be for land, building, plants. So put all your investment together. So let's say 10 billion. Okay. So if you get the approval for this incentive, it doesn't mean that you already have the 10 billion investment standing. You just have a plan for the 10 billion investment. You will not be eligible until you invest up to 10 billion. So if you have 10 billion in year one that you have invested, that 10 billion gives you 5% tax credit. So that's 500 million naira. On that same 10 billion, you get another 5% next year. On that same 10 billion, you get 5% again the year after. You keep getting 5% on the same investment for 5 years. But you know, because it's a business, you may start with 10 billion and do additional investment of 5 billion the following year. That 5 billion begins its own 5% from year 2. He gets 5% on that 5 for another 5 years. So which is why we thought that you could actually make more investment in year 5, and whatever you make in that year 5 begins the 5% for another 5 years. That was why we added 5 plus 5 to make it up to 10 years, depending on whether you are investing. So someone may get this incentive and only just do all their investment in year 1, and by 5 years they are good. Another person is investing progressively, so they get it over time. So in a nutshell, you invest in eligible assets, you get 25% over a period of 5 years as tax credit. Okay. My friend said that, in some countries they give tax, refund. I think it's refund you meant to say. So yes, you are right. So tax refund is when you pay more than your tax that you're supposed to pay. So usually in many countries, you have an
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obodna. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Nigerians demand full probe as $2.96 billion fraud rocks NNPCL. UK opens visa application centers in Enugu, Port Harcourt. Ezekwesili denies collecting bribe to help Natasha Akpoti. Trump announces 100% tariffs on foreign-made films. Alexander Arnold confirms leaving Liverpool end of season. We begin the news in Nigeria, where experts have called for a comprehensive probe and immediate prosecution of people involved in the mismanagement of the $2.96 billion Mentor refinery rehabilitation. The country's oil sector is once again at the center of a major corruption storm as arrests and investigations around the mismanagement of over $2.9 billion Mentor refinery rehabilitation continue to send shockwaves through the country. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, recently apprehended several top former officials of the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries over alleged financial irregularities in the multi-billion-dollar rehabilitation projects. Investigations are focusing on the $1.56 billion allocated to Port Harcourt refinery, $740 million to Kaduna, and $656 million to Warri. And moving on, the United Kingdom has opened a new premium visa application center in Enugu and Port Harcourt. According to a statement from the UK Home Office on Monday, the new centers located at Omdale Luxury Hotel in Enugu and Hotel Presidential in Port Harcourt are designed to cater to the increasing demand for UK visas from Nigeria, particularly during the summer travel season. The statement revealed that these additions complement existing UK visa application centers in Abuja, Ikeja, and Victoria Island, Lagos, which have been operational since November 2024. And to end the local news, former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, has firmly denied allegations that she received payment to support Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan in her sexual harassment case against Senate President Godswill Akpabio. This denial comes after UK-based activist Sandra Duru claimed last Thursday that Akpoti-Uduaghan had fabricated the sexual harassment allegations and told her that Ezekwesili was paid to back these claims. Ezekwesili has been vocal in the calling for an investigation into the allegations made by Akpoti-Uduaghan against Akpabio, demanding that Akpabio step aside to allow for an impartial probe, allowing the senator's petition to be properly addressed. The former minister pledged to continue supporting the senator wholeheartedly and stated that their commitment to justice is unshaken. And now over to the foreign scene. President Donald Trump has announced that he will impose 100% tariff on movies produced outside the United States, describing foreign production incentives as a national security threat that is causing the American film industry to die at a very fast death. The president revealed that he has authorized irrelevant government agencies, including the Department of Commerce, to immediately begin the process of implementing the tariffs. According to reports, industry insiders are questioning whether the tariffs would apply to the streaming services as well as theoretical releases and how they would be calculated. And now to end the news, Trent Alexander-Arnold has announced he is leaving Liverpool at the end of the season. According to reports, the defender is expected to join Real Madrid through no contract with the Spanish club has been signed yet. The England international came through the Liverpool Academy and has played 352 times for the first team, winning 2 Premier League titles, including this season's. Alexander-Arnold helped Liverpool win the Champions League, the UEFA Super Cup and Club World Cup trophies in 2019 and lifted 2 Carabao Cups and 1 FA Cup and 1 Community Shield. Alright, that does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, looking forward, Mr. Chukwu, how do you think the public sector and or the stakeholders within the public sector would contribute in shaping the tax policies of Nigeria such that it is modern and reflective of our experiences in terms of what we see in the market?
Okay, thank you. This engagement really, when the publisher gave his opening remark, he spoke about that this is the first time really that we'll be having a robust conversation regarding tax policies in Nigeria. Because before now, all you see is that you just see the act or bill just sent to the National Assembly. Before you know what is going on, is passed. But this particular tax reform bills generated a lot of conversations in the media. Initially, there were a lot of misconceptions. People that didn't even read the bills, you see everybody coming up with their own interpretations. And at some point, it's as if an issue of derivation and sharing of VAT were the only thing you have in that bill or the bills. But with the engagement, from time to time, you see Taiwo on TVs, you see FRS chairman, you see even members of National Assembly. Everybody got involved at some point. And you also look at professionals. Everybody keep talking about the issues around the tax reforms. And from there, you keep hearing a lot of other things that were not even in the public. The issue of a priority sector, for instance, you hardly hear people talk about it. until recently when clarifications were made regarding those controversial issues that people were paying attention to, leaving the other parts of the bill. So looking at it generally, you will see that the issue of public engagement has played a whole lot of role in educating people and enlightening people about the importance and the various provisions in the bill. Of course, we have a lot of provisions in that bill that are coming for the first time, which a lot of people are not aware of. And going forward, really, with all the public engagement we've been having, the expectation is that it's going to help everybody generally to understand the bill. And how do people then participate or key into it? The best way is everybody must first be part of the engagement. You need to be involved. And how do you get involved? You need to participate in the processes that even lead to enactment of the act itself. And that participation will include you attending the public engagement where you have your views, because if you look at the way the conversation have been going, really, even at the National Assembly, you see that some of the issues that they even discuss at the National Assembly are things that people even post on the social media, things that people wrote, things that people talk about on the TV. They pick all those conversations. No matter how you think the conversation may be relevant or where they're having that conversation, people are actually picking it up. It's like when we talk about, there was a time there was this issue of, there was something on inheritance tax in the law, you know. People just pick it and start discussing it everywhere. From there, that prompted a lot of people to go and even check the bill. Let me even see where this inheritance tax is in the bill, you know. So all those engagements are very, very important. So people should participate in the processes that even lead to that enactment itself. And again, people should also try as much as possible to pay attention to some of the provisions, because you really don't know how much those things will affect you until when you are very familiar with the provisions. We've been talking about personal income tax, for instance. Oh, a lot of people will come, my tax will increase, my tax will increase. But are people even really taking time to even know whether the tax will increase or will reduce? So people need to get themselves familiar with it, apart from getting involved with the processes. I think all those engagements are very important.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chukwu, for that insightful contribution. So let's move over to Mr. Abeliye. I don't know whether you can still hear us, sir. Can you confirm if you can still hear us, sir?
I can hear you.
Okay, sir. So still speaking about public engagement, so there is one thing to have this priority sector incentive, and there is another thing to ensure that people benefit from it. So, sir, from your perspective, what sort of strategies do you think should be taken on board in terms of sensitization and ensuring that people are made aware of this incentive and they are able to benefit from it?
Okay, thank you very much. I will start by saying taxation is technical. And for those who didn't believe this, I'm sure the event of the past 1 year or 1.5 years has confirmed that taxation is technical. Something is sentenced in the law book that looks simple. By the time you interpret it, or you give it to 2-3 people to interpret, the outcome may surprise you. And so what you don't have, you can't give. A lot of sensitization needs to go on. And if you listen to the last speaker, how different people interpreted the bill at the National Assembly before we got to the National Assembly, and even why at the National Assembly, that will tell us that a lot of work must be done. I acknowledge that a lot of works are going on, but we need to do more. We need a lot of segmentation in terms of the public awareness. The various sectors, the various players in the industry, the small scale, medium, and the large ones, even the people in the academic, the interest this piece that we have in the National Assembly has generated has shown that a lot of work needs to go on. So we need to break down this. If you must look at Nigeria, because even those who are going to be exempted from payment of taxes now, for example, if you stick with the 25 million threshold or 50 million or the proposed 100 million by the National Assembly, those people, it's not a permanent status that you are not going to pay because your business is not recording more than 100 million. The prayer and the focus is that as you do business and you have this benefit of incentive, then you will prosper and you cross that threshold. So, but the information must be made available to you. And so the various sector of the economy, the awareness must be done. I remember several years ago when Lagos State started the autonomy and the improvement in the tax system, lot of roadshow within Lagos, and they had offices in the market whereby those people can go there and create awareness for them. This is critical. Some people will not come out for you to give them the information. You need to take the information to them. We need to break down the what we are having. Nothing is too certain now because the Senate has not passed the bills. But once we have that certainty, we need to break down the content of the act, as the case may be. When the president signed, we need to break into various languages and also engage the traditional ruler, various structure, the leaders in the market, and because there are a lot of people that are not their businesses and what they do are not that structured. So they may not be the manufacturer, they may not belong to the manufacturers association of this world, they may not belong to NASIMA, they may not belong to those places. I'll give you an example. If you look at the private school owners, if you look at the religious bodies, if you look at the hospitals, private hospitals, how it concerns them, so the information must be taken to them. And it is not a one-off thing. It is a continuous information. Because I tell you, for those who have been in tax practice over the years, they will tell you it is a dynamic one. And that we are going to have this be passed into law, hopefully in few weeks or few months' time, does not mean there will be no need to make amendments and make some corrections going forward, arising from the reality of the implementation. So we must have in place training, awareness creation that will take care of the fallout of the implementation, possibly in the first 3 months, in the next 6 months. So it must be a continuous one, and it must be broken down to the language that the ordinary man can understand. This is very key. And this message will sink better when we have the political leaders, because it is important. No matter how you sing the song, no matter what you do as a professional, if we speak at this level and you don't see the government, the political leaders saying the same thing, an average man on the street may not believe. So we need the political office holder to also come out and speak to this. I will be very happy to see the president of this country showing his tax card that I am a tax compliant citizens of this country. I will be happy to see the governors. This will make a lot of impact in the mind of the people. Once they see that, once they can see that their leaders are also doing what they are being asked to do, then by so doing, you are breaking the trust deficit. And above all, it is not enough to say, for the leaders to say they are taxpayer. Whatever is given to them will make a lot of sense once they use this money judiciously.
Thank you, sir.
Human being relate to God can see. So we will keep on advocating that whatever is given is a way of awareness creation. once they can see that this money is properly used for their benefit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for that wonderful contribution. So let's move to Olamide Obajimi. So, sir, from a legal standpoint, so do you think the present draft that we have is adequate? Are there lacunas in the present provision? So is there an issue of, is there a possibility or potential disputes that may arise from the construction of the present provision that we have?
Well, I wouldn't say yes. I wouldn't say no. Maybe some months back I may say yes. But currently I sit as the chairman of Panel 2 of the Tax Appeal Tribunal in Lagos. And I've been seeing argument by lawyers. So I'm seeing it in a different light. There's a difference between looking at the process of the other side as a lawyer and as an adjudicator. It's from a different perspective. And you see some argument. And by the time you look at the other argument from the standpoint of an adjudicator, you will realize that lawyers can actually turn black to white. So looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And I was talking about the provisions of the, probably I've not read it very well, but you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive, and I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58, that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues. I remember the Pioneer status incentives. We did a letter to the president for a client at some point, and the issues around the real framework of the DITRA Act. By the time we started digging into the law, we realized that there were lots of errors, lacuna in the DITRA Act that needed, legislative intervention. So we tried to couch, to argue in favor of our client and apply to the president that, some of the assets of our client be giving those incentives. But really, in the real sense of it, you really cannot know how badly a law is until it is subject to the scrutiny of lawyers. By the time they dissect the law, then you may see one or two lacunas. But be that as it may, looking at that law, I think it is simple, and I think I'll give it to the drafters of this bill. They tried as much as possible to make the law simple, unlike the previous laws whereby you will need the lens and understanding of principles of interpretation of statute. When you are saying shall and may, and you are wondering whether it is compulsory or permissive, and you start subjecting it to some Supreme Court decisions. In one case that said that may be regarded as shall may be. So, but I think the way it is, I think it's simple, and I believe there shouldn't be controversies. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Olamide, and that's really commendable. So the next question to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. So this is with respect to the core provisions of the bill itself. So you talked about the sunset date, and that clearly means that some of the priority sectors that we have in the bill will fail to be priority in the nearest future. Now the question is, are there mechanisms to bring in more sectors, and who has the powers to do so under the bill?
Yeah, thank you. So the powers to grant the incentives and to bring in new sectors or even remove any of the existing one rests with Mr. President. So that power is, however, delegated to the Minister and NIPC, that's Minister of Trade. So the idea is that we have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War. to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel, and there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel, and oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
Thank you, sir, for that contribution. So the next question goes to Mr. Chukwu. So Mr. Oyedele spoke about the challenges with the pioneer status incentives. I guess this was part of what drove the reform in the first instance. But from your experience, sir, so what are the issues that you've encountered in terms of advising clients as it relates to the pioneer status incentive, and what lessons or recommendations do we need to take on board in implementing the proposed incentive that we are seeking to pass into law?
Yeah, thank you. Looking at the current legislation, which is the pioneer status incentive, first thing you need to look at the objective of even having that incentive in the first place. Is that objective, is it being met currently? Because at the time when that incentive was put in place, it was meant to address certain products and to encourage manufacturing, particularly, or production of certain products or services. But then over time, you see, Taiwo mentioned earlier that you have a situation where somebody is given an incentive, maybe for instance for renewable energy, to produce those solar panel or whatever, but they ended up importing. So what value is that incentive adding to Nigeria? Because, for instance, it's supposed to maybe promote employment, but when you then import, how many people do you need to employ to sell it? So you're probably not adding any value. So you need to look at the objective, so which is number one problem. The objective generally coming from the beneficiaries, most of them, is not meeting that government objective. Now, the challenges, one of the challenges we have with the current legislation is a lack of clarity and the complexity in it. You have a situation where the interpretation of the act itself of what even qualify as a pioneer product, for instance, is left to the regulators to determine. So you have a situation where you probably apply for the incentive, and the regulators will then look at it to say whether is it really within the scope. You know, it's not based, it's not judgmental. So the clarity is not there really. And we must give credit to the this committee that is working on this national the tax bill. When you look at the priority sector, the way they've itemized it, you can at every point look at under each sector what exactly qualify for this incentive in that particular sector. You can see all of them. But what we have now is you have an investor that wants to come to Nigeria, or even a local investor, and they are looking at a particular sector. They are not sure whether that
business or that product will qualify. They keep asking, oh, this is what I want to do. Will I qualify for this incentive? But it shouldn't be. Everybody should be able to look at the provisions, look at the list of the product and say, yes, this is exactly what I want to do. And it fits into the one of the products or the sector that will qualify for this incentive. So that is a problem. And you also look at issue of the regulators. Currently, we also have this complexity in our environment, and the same thing has to do with other businesses. We talk about ease of doing business, but in every sector you look at, we have this same challenge. Currently, what you see is you apply for this incentive. NIPC will grant you the certificate. Tomorrow FIRS will come and query why you even get the certificate. You then see FIRS querying, are you sure these products qualify? But that certificate was given by another agency that is saddled with the responsibility of approving or granting that incentive. So we have that challenge. And of course, we also look at businesses generally. Like I mentioned, that challenge is there, because when you talk about incentive, yes, investors are interested in the tax-free holiday, tax-free period, or whatever incentive they want to get. But it's not just about the tax benefits. You look at other social and economic environment around the business itself. So when given incentive, that incentive alone may not achieve the overall objective of the government if you don't address other issues that also tie to that incentive. You understand? So you are giving incentive, but the person enjoying the incentive will need to construct roads, will need to generate his own electricity by using gas or diesel, will need to provide for security. At the end of the day, you see that that incentive that he's meant to enjoy, he will use it to provide other infrastructure or amenities that government are supposed to provide. So at the end of the day, you probably see that that incentive may not be there really. So that has been a major challenge really. And coming to this tax bill now, the changes, of course, I've mentioned that the issue of clarity is being addressed with the way the list is now being prepared by listing specifically the items or products that qualify for that incentive under each of those sectors. But then when you look at the way it's been structured, we all know that most of the businesses we have, a larger percentage of it fall within the medium and small scale businesses. But with what we have now, that sector is completely excluded from benefiting from the incentive, because when you look at the capital requirements, how many medium scale business can invest 10 billion, 20 billion in a business? So I think to me that is an area that is not is disincentive to that medium and small scale businesses, which constitutes like a larger proportion of our economy. So I think that may be a problem really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that contribution. So let's move to Mr. Agbeluyui, and this time around we'll be speaking about access, because it's one thing to have an incentive, and it's another thing to ensure that you streamline access such that the beneficiaries could apply and then enjoy these incentives. So, sir, from your perspective, can you walk us through the challenges as it relates to what we presently have on ground with respect to pioneer status incentives, and what sort of recommendations are you going to be putting forward that we should take on board in implementing the proposed economic incentives, as the case may be?
Okay, thank you. The players in the industry, a lot of them are quite familiar with what they can get from the system. And so it is, the information is there, and they also, a lot of them also know the processes that it will take for them to get incentive. My take will be that we reduce the bureaucracy that may deny people the access needed to get this. One thing with law generally, and tax law in particular, is that there must be certainty of what you intend to do. And so we have the conditions that you need to meet before you can get those things done. So if you are into a particular sector that is novel, that is new in terms of the contribution of what you'll be producing or what you'll be offering to the system, then of course, you know the conditions they are stated, but the bureaucracy is a challenge which sometimes can deny people the access to get that benefit. And if you have followed the discussion on the tax bills in the National Assembly, currently the approval for incentive is with the executive. The president could delegate to an agency or Ministry of Finance, as the case may be. That is straightforward. But if you have followed the discussion and the debate at the National Assembly is also saying, possibly because of the abuse that has happened over the years, they want to be part of the approving authority. Now, that is additional layer of bureaucracy. So this will definitely deny people the needed access. No matter the good intention of the lawmakers, I would rather think being part of the approving authority to get to allow people to have access to this various incentive, we in terms of timing, we elongate the process, the time it will take to get the approval, and definitely it will be difficult to say it won't bring additional cost of processing what we need to do. So what we have, if there are things we believe are not too good, particularly on the side of the approving authority, we can streamline, we can educate, and we can do all those things. But elongating the process, and I just pray that that argument in the National Assembly does not become reality, whereby they will be forming the part of the approving authority in addition to what the government and the executive arm will be doing. I don't think that is going to help. If anything, it's going to reduce the access, it's going to increase the cost of getting the approval, the incentive, and it's going to elongate the period, the processing period. So generally, if we talk of access to this incentive, I see more of headache from the government side. But if we must work on reducing the headache, then we must not add another layer of government, particularly the National Assembly, to be part of the people who will be approving. Whatever deficiency, they can do that by virtue of oversight function on the ministry and agency that will be saddled with at the approval. Not that it must be part of that approval process. So I strongly believe we should advocate, because the Senate, when they come back, I believe and pray that they will not replicate the argument that has taken place at the House of Rep by wanting to be a part of the approving authority. Restrict the layer of approval to what we have now. And of course, we can do a lot of advocacy and we can streamline things within the executive. Whichever way the presidency look at this is better, why the National Assembly should do oversight instead of being part of the approving authority. That argument was strong when that debate was going on at the House of Rep. I believe it will not happen at the Senate. That is my comment concerning the access to this incentive for now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for that contribution. So let's move to implementation. So, Olamide, from your perspective as a lawyer, what do we expect to see once this becomes law, particularly as it relates to collaboration from the public side and the private side, and then public and private side. So what do you expect to see as a lawyer, sir?
So for me, I think the regime in terms of application, in terms of process, will not be different from what we presently have as regards the pioneer status incentive. And I believe that lawyers, tax consultants will continue to play a crucial role in ensuring packaging proposals together and putting forward the applications for their clients. What is a little bit clearer now, or much more clearer, is the scope of what qualify as priority sector. I remember before now, when clients come to us, when we look at the product of the client, even where it is borderline, we say, let's just try. So we do an application to NIPC, explain the process, do the rigmarole of the lawyers, try and make a case such that that product will fall within that framework. And at times, we scale through that order. And the client, even when we as the lawyers are really not sure, will it qualify, will it not qualify, is it clear, is it not clear? But in some cases, the NIPC will approve it. And those are the cases Fidelis was talking about. The FRS will come and say, is this really pioneer? But because a case has been made to the approving authority, and they may look at it from a point of view that, okay, this may fall because of the process. So the current one mostly at times look at the process for manufacture and say, okay, this is there, it contains this ingredient, then it should fall as a pioneer product. But it is clearer now, and I see that taxpayers may not need to waste money again, paying consultants, paying lawyers, tax consultants to say, let's try it. Because it is clear. It's either your product falls within the priority sector or it does not. So why bother your lawyer, except you just want to dash your lawyer some money for him to meet his annual budget. But apart from that, I think the process is still going to be the same. It is clearer now, just like it is clearer now, and the benefit may just be different from the pioneer status incentive. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Obajimi. So before we open the floor for questions, so one last question to Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, and this touches on the comment from Mr. Chukwu earlier on with respect to the capital injection, the minimum entrance threshold. So, sir, from your perspective, do you think that will be beneficial to businesses, considering where we are coming from or where we presently stand? So imagine a business that has perhaps benefited from Pioneer or that understands what Pioneer is, and we are asking that before you can take advantage of the priority sector incentive, you need to inject a particular threshold. So what does that do to businesses? Is it really an incentive from that perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much. We have to move forward as a country, and we need a leap because we've lost time and opportunities. So what we've done with the way the priority sector incentive was designed is that, number one, and it was good that the lawmakers increased the threshold. If you're a small business with turnover in a year of 100 million or less, you are permanently a priority because you pay 0 CIT. To make 100 million turnover in a year, you are likely to have asset that is more than 100 million. Nobody gets 100% return on assets. So let's say your asset is in the region of 200 to 500 million, right? Most of the threshold you find there, a few of them are less than 1 billion. Most of them are more than 1 billion. You know what is not common in Nigeria? That happens in every country where they develop. People come together. You can't be running your own tiny business and say you're a priority sector. How can you be priority when? So find 2 other people in your sector, come together, and that gives you scale. And you can go and get incentives. So we're convinced that it does not in any way disadvantage small businesses. It's just a different target and focus for the government to achieve results.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that clarification. So the floor is now open for questions. So do we have questions from the audience? Or comments or inputs? Okay. Can you give him the mic?
Thank you very much. Okay, it's been an exciting session, and I hear Olamide very well. I understand where it's coming from. So I was just wondering if there's anybody from FRS here. I didn't say no. So okay, now
there's someone behind from FRS.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good. Oh, all right. Okay, you're here. Okay, it's what I got my guys before as well, so I know him. So I think what we have done essentially is to make our incentive scheme to align it with the two-pillar solution from the Global Forum. Because essentially, even if we insist on running this so-called pioneer, and we have seen the pitfalls in it, I'm sure the 15% minimum tax will kick in, and then all those things that you are talking about will not really work too much on it. So I believe that it's to create a more transparent and feedback incentive framework. That's what I take from this. And when the invite came in, I was wondering, why are you inviting LRS? I thought it's an FRS issue. But so and I came here, I said, I told you that I'll be here because I know I'll be able to take some notes and see those areas that can be of benefit to us. And then also, but there's one area which I think this framework is not flexible enough to capture, and it's based on experience that we had in 2023. I don't know if Man is here or any banker. If they're not here, I don't like shaving people's head in their absence. But okay, what came to my mind is I have this hypothesis, and I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but I think I'm quite right. So BusinessDay can help us out, is that the policy intervention in mid-year 2023 practically should change one sector of the economy and gave money to the other sector of the economy. And I'm talking of the issue that led some of us to recommend windfall profits tax. But I know the bankers are quite powerful. What we suggested was a 70% thing, the thing came down to 50, and then the National Assembly now said 75. Because I was just thinking that because if you do the maths, I've not done it, but just I said it's an hypothesis, the top 30 major concerns that recorded heavy losses in 2023, if you do, because I think there's a disclosure requirement in their financials, so you can see the FX losses, just aggregate it. Then go to the banking sector, see the humongous profit there. Then there's also a disclosure requirement for FX gains. Sum that also aggregate. My hypothesis is that we won't have a difference of plus or minus 10%. So what that tells me is that without you lifting your finger or doing anything in your sector, government has taken money from this one and given to this. So why is our system so, why can't we make it possible for a redress of that? And now I'm not saying take money away from the bankers and give to the manufacturers. Well, that's not what we proposed was that if you tax them, okay, bankers will keep 30%, 30 out of 100 naira. The remaining 70 naira, 40% of which will be 42 naira, 60% will be 42 naira. Now, make it available to those people in that sector that actually recorded those losses, provided at 0% for the next 10 years, provided they do what I call engage in backward integration activities. Because if you check also in that manufacturing sector, or the big ones, all those people that are significantly backward integrated, they make that kind of, all those losses. Those ones that had all those. So it's something that, but I know you can't have a law that will provide for all of that. But I don't see that in this. That's the only thing. So it's something that can, because we always have shocks like that from time to time, but something that can just redress it without having to go through all this wahala. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other question or comments?
Good morning. My name is James, and I just have a question about tax reform. I'm running a business, most of POS business. I have like 21 bit upside, and I've been taxed. I want to ask about those illegal tax. How can we do to file a tax with that outcome coming out every day? Because each bit that I have, as they took for me a minimum of 1.5 illegal taxes for each bit for my POS business that I'm doing. So how can I file a tax? I want to know, what should I do? Should I implement it to the tax reform or not? Because those ones, they don't give me receipt. They took it for me. It's minimum of 1.5 each day. I have 21 bit. So I want to know what the tax reform is working about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question. So the first question, Mr. Taiwo, you did to respond to that.
All right, thank you very much for, I think it's more of a comment, but just to react to it as well. So I think ordinarily it would appear as if the banks were the ones that gave FX loan to the real sector. So when the real sectors were recording losses, banks were recording gains. But that's not exactly how it's played out. That's not exactly how it was. There's a bit of that there. But the bulk of the FX losses recorded by the real sector were foreign debts. Some of them were loans, some of them were assets or credit. So we know the likes of MTN, for example, Nestle, Nigerian breweries. So those were not FX loan that they took from Nigerian banks. Those were foreign indebtedness. FX risk is part of business exposure. The amount was significant because of the magnitude of depreciation of the currency. Asking banks to pay a windfall tax is neither here nor there, because in a way you want a banking system that, even though it's local, it can play in the international space. So you would have thought that oil companies should be paying like massive windfall tax. Why didn't they pay windfall tax, right? Because they report in dollars. If banks had reported in dollars, they would have realized that their net assets and their profits is less than it was before the depreciation of the naira. But because you reflected it in naira, on paper they had plenty of money, and then you asked them to pay a windfall tax. So for the reforms and the incentive, it wouldn't address that because it's a business risk. But I think the lesson everybody has taken from that is to always balance their risk. So if you have the opportunity to backward integrate, use local raw materials, try and source for funding locally, why go abroad, why find foreign exposure? And I think they're all making those adjustments now. So that should hopefully help. For the POS business and the legal taxes that they ask you to pay, because if they're not giving you receipts, they're just extorting money from you. If they are representing government in any way, they will carry receipts. So one of the things you can do for yourself, and sometimes it's helpful if you come together as a group, find other people that are doing the POS business area where you are. You can also then go through some associations where POS operators can be members. It may be NASMED, the small, medium association. So ask those people to give you receipts. Where are they from? Who sent them? Ask those questions. You need those questions for you to be able to address the problem. If they are coming from government, those problems can be solved by the work we're doing. Yes. So if they are coming from government, they must have receipts. Yeah, then you shouldn't pay them. So if somebody says they are from government and they don't have a receipt, then you should not pay them. Because government cannot collect tax and not give you a receipt. We know they can even print fake receipts, but nobody should collect money for government and say they don't have a receipt. So that's something you need to handle yourself. And like I said, do it together with other people that have been impacted by this. So if they are from government, then it's easier to address. Right? Okay.
Okay, so let's take the questions that we got online. So this one is addressed to Olamide. Can I take that after this, please? Just after this. So, Olamide, what will happen to the application for pioneer status that are already ongoing but may not have been concluded before the tax reform bill is passed into law?
So there's a transition provision in the tax reform bills. So if the bills are signed into law and they take effect today, any pioneer status you got up until today, I think once you sign a law, it takes effect from midnight, right? Any pioneer status you get before that law is signed and it takes effect will still run its course, right? So we're not stopping anybody midway. But the day the law takes effect, from that day or the following day, depending on how you interpret the Interpretation Act, you cannot get a new pioneer status, even if you had applied. One of the things we said we can consider in the transition is if you already got an approval in principle, that may be considered. So in a way, the transition is meant to manage the uncertainty and the risk. To be honest, I actually think that the priority sector incentive is better for investors and also better for the government, which is a good way to reconcile two things. We've seen instances where a company got pioneer status and they were worse off than if they didn't get the pioneer status, right? Because in that entire period of pioneer status, they were loss-making, right? They were loss-making, which means they wouldn't have paid any tax anyway. And then they got pioneer status that places a lot of burdens on them that they have to comply, including the cost of applying for the pioneer status. In these reforms now, we've put a cap on how much you can pay to process the amount. You can't pay more than 5 million naira. There were companies that paid hundreds of millions because they were calculating a percentage of their projected savings. You don't know whether you save anything. So overall, it brings clarity, reduces the risk for the taxpayer, reduces the risk for the government of over-incentivizing any sector, and I think it will work much better for everyone.
Okay, just to perhaps get clarification from your last comment, your statement rather. So as it relates to those that have approval in principle, so does it then mean that once the bill is passed into law, the NIPC would administer the pioneer status based on the old regime? Is that it? Once you have an approval in principle?
No, what I said is that based on the letters of the law in the reforms, if you have a pioneer status approval before the new law, your pioneer status will run its course.
Okay.
Right? So normally you see an approval of pioneer status is when you have a certificate. But we also know that certificates take time. So that you will not find in the law. That's an administrative thing.
Yeah.
What we intend to do is to work with the relevant agencies, NIPC, FRS, to issue transition guidelines. Okay. So clearly if you have a certificate, you have the approval. But what if you have just an approval in principle because somebody is still processing the certificate? Yeah. It may not be your fault that somebody did not show up for work or they have not passed the file. So those are the areas where you have to address administratively as part of the transition arrangement. Okay. So I haven't said that, so just to be clear, I haven't said that once you have approval in principle, it means you are covered. No. Somebody would then look at the circumstances of is there a legitimate expectation as of this date that you had an approval?
Okay, so we'll take other questions. Two more. Okay, two more questions.
Thank you. My name is Levi Adetiga, the managing partner of Levi Adetiga & Co. Chartered Accountants. I have this conviction that the tax reform itself is loaded with a lot of incentives. The whole thing, apart from specific incentives to priority sectors, I'm sure if properly implemented, a lot of incentive for everyone. However, my concern is post-implementation of this regime reform. We are having instances where people from government, just as my friend has said, a single business. And if you reviews, I'm talking about practical issue now. Apart from having a beautiful legislation, beautiful reform, well documented, there are areas of loopholes coming in the name of, and they will beat you up. They can force your business to close. You will be amazed. They can even come with policemen to do this. That stands. We have, because a lot, see, just as the CITM president was saying, it's one thing to have our document well done, well documented, our laws well documented. Implementation, from my experience as a consultant, has been a very serious issue in the country. And if care is not taken, my worry is that people implementing our tax laws will create on their own, deliberately create a lot of loopholes whereby some influencers, influence individuals or business will be taking advantage of that. Example, you can come and register as business that will be operating in free zone. If care is not taken, you have the opportunity to walk the system through and have your what's called business in custom area in Nigeria, competing with business that actually register in custom area, selling cheaper than them, pushing them technically out of business because you have influence. So how do we go about it? So the bulk of what I'm saying is that how do we guarantee effective implementation of this beautiful reform when it comes to fusion, when it comes to reality that, okay, let's start operating it. Are we sure the government will not betray the people or the taxpayers, both individuals and businesses?
Okay. Thank you for that question. Let's take one more from the lady. The lady in front of the guy that just asked the question, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Redele, to you and your team. For me, I had a similar question on transition provisions of the bill. So Section 184 says that a company that has been granted the incentive under IDITRA will continue to enjoy the unexpired relief. So from that, it will appear that even the effective tax rate that could potentially be a condition for priority companies would not apply to a company that had obtained the incentive under the IDITRA. So I want to clarify that. The other thing I wanted to clarify was on Section 57, the effective tax rate. It was good that we understand that the tax credit will form part of your tax base, so it will be seen as your tax paid. The other thing was, would this tax, the effective tax, would it be looked at on a jurisdiction basis, or would it be looked at on an entity basis? Thank you.
All right, thank you for those questions. On the implementation of the law, right? So of course, I think there's nowhere in the world where any laws will just implement themselves. So from our own history, we have reasons to be concerned that we may not implement well. But what we've also done is to include some framework within the reform bills to facilitate effective implementation. But I have to say that we all have to still work together to make this happen. We're having a session next week, 29th, where we want to start discussing implementation. How do we assess our readiness? So those who are interested may also attend. Part of, for example, my friend that's the POS operator and they collect money from you and they don't give you receipts, right? So most likely they collected the money in cash. Because if they didn't collect in cash, the system itself is a receipt, but they collected in cash. In the tax reform bills, collection of taxes in cash will be outlawed. So which means the person already coming to you is doing illegality. I'm not saying they will stop. There's also the tax ombudsman. The edge they have over you today is that when they come, they have the power of the state behind them. Like my friend said, they can even bring police. So, but this tax reform bill is setting up a platform that also has a bigger power of the state behind it. And you don't need to speak Queen's English, you don't need to even write. You can speak Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Pidgin. There will be a call center once it's been set up. You just call them and they handle the issue on your behalf. So whoever, if they like, let them go and bring 50,000 police. Once they know that this is coming from the ombudsman, because they know their job is at risk because what they're doing is illegal. So we think that if we work at these systems that have been set up, things will get better very quickly. So let's all be optimistic and be prepared to make it work. Okay. On the pioneer status transition arrangement, yeah, you're right. So the intention is for those who have the pioneer status to enjoy the existing regime post implementation. So I think the details as to whether that will be eligible for effective tax rate or whether they'll be exempted should be in the guidelines. My view would be that they should not be asked to do a top tax rates because they don't do that now. Yes, so there were two aspects to the question you asked. Okay, so it's on an entity basis because our tax system is entity based. So we are not at the point yet where we can look at jurisdiction. So we'll probably get there at some point. The trigger for whether you pay in itself can be based on even global threshold. But once you hit the threshold, you are looked at as an entity to determine whether your effective tax rate is up to 15% or not.
Okay, so we've come to the end of this panel discussion, and thank you so much for your time.
BusinessDay, Mr. Lolade Akumurele, for this photograph, as well as the CSMO of BusinessDay, Mrs. Ijoma Ude. Please put your hands together for our panelists for really delivering that panel session for us. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for breaking down this conversation and for answering our questions. I'm sure everyone here has gotten their questions answered. And if you still have more questions, you can meet up with the panelists outside of here and get your questions answered. Also, a very big thank you to our moderator, Celestina Unwaboeze, Managing Associate with Olaniu Ajayi LP. She has over a decade of experience in taxation. Thank you for steering this conversation in the right direction. Please put your hands together for Celestina Unwaboeze. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank you all once again for being here. Before we close, I'd like to invite the Deputy Editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Lolade Akumurele, for the closing address. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My task here is the easiest one of all, and it's to just say thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states, right? I think for me, my biggest takeaway is the fact that, incentives like this go a long way in just essentially attracting investments, whether FDI or local investment, which Nigeria is in dire need of at this time. If what is happening, the global turmoil that has been sparked by the US President Donald Trump, given his tariffs, if there's anything to learn from that, it's that Nigeria cannot continue to rely on oil revenues to implement its budget and to make critical investments in human capital and infrastructure that would then help us achieve the robust economic growth we're looking for, as well as reduce poverty in the country. So it was really exciting for me. I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwon Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.